I have 6 p.m. on the button, but Councilmember Barnes, are you available?
I'm here.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to just get us started. I call to order the meeting of the Albany City Council for Monday, November 2nd, 2020. We're meeting at 6 p.m. first for a closed session. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak to items on the closed session before we adjourn to closed session? If not, I'm going to adjourn to closed session, and there is one member of the public. Please note that we will be we will be coming back to this meeting around 7:30. And this meeting, we won't be in this particular Zoom meeting until 7:30 at the latest. Okay, and now we go to the other Zoom meeting, correct?
Correct. With the link that I sent you in the email.
Okay, thank you. See you all there. Welcome back, everyone, or most everyone. Welcome, Mala. Oh, Mala, I hope it's okay to ask you this right now, but to report out of closed session, we didn't complete. We'll complete at a future closed session. So shall I just report that are we broadcasting?
Yes, we are.
Oh, okay. Let me maybe send you a text or something. Okay, and we have the Vice Mayor, Councilmember Moss, so there's Councilmember Barnes coming in, and Councilmember Nason's here. And it looks like everyone is on audio. Staff, are you all ready? Okay. I'll assume so unless I hear otherwise. Okay, I'm going to call to order the regular meeting of the Albany City Council for November 2nd, 2020, the day before Election Day. We came out of closed session and there's no reportable action out of closed. Oh, that's, I got ahead of myself. That's item 4 on the agenda. All right, let's go to item number 1, which is the call to order and the Pledge of Allegiance. I'll go ahead and recite the Pledge of Allegiance tonight. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And City Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Barnes,
Here.
Councilmember Moss,
Here.
Councilmember Nason,
Here.
Vice Mayor McQuay,
Here.
Mayor Pilch.
Present. Thank you. Next, we have ceremonial matters, a couple of certificates of recognition. The first one is item 3.1, a certificate of recognition for Albany Coachella. And let me just make sure I have that in front of you. And I was not able to contact the person that I am recognizing, but I have heard from many people that can we, let's see, I'll let her in as or can someone let her in as a panelist? And I believe, is it Eugenie or Eugenie Sue?
Eugenie.
Eugenie? I don't think I'm a co-host yet on this particular call, so I cannot. Yeah. Can we let her in as a panelist so she can display video? I've done it. I've promoted her to a panelist. Okay. So I wanted to recognize Eugenie because I know that she has recognized. Hi. I know that she. Hi. I know that she has organized 2 events so far called Albany Coachella, and a 3rd one is coming, I understand, from Facebook. And it was such a creative way, I thought, to let people get out, participate in the community in a safe way, let bands, let musicians do their thing and be appreciated by their fans. And so I wanted to recognize that. So I virtually present you, and I believe we can mail you a paper copy of this, the Certificate of Recognition for Albany Coachella in recognition to your service to your community, providing an outlet for Albany musicians to play and their fans to enjoy their music in a safe manner during the COVID-19 pandemic. So thank you. And would you like to say a few words?
Sure. Thanks for letting me in the meeting. It's my honor to accept this recognition. And, you know, the idea came from my missing music, public music. I'm an amateur musician and a professional psychologist. And I just missed it so much. And I just thought, you know, there's got to be a way we can do this. And the idea just popped into my head. And I wanted to make it a win-win. So, no, not just for the community and for the musicians, but also to help people who've been affected by COVID. So that's why I picked the Alameda Community Food Bank as our first beneficiary. And we raised $11,000, over $11,000 for them. And then the second one, I chose to focus on some Albany beneficiaries. So I chose the school care as well as the Albany Music Fund. So I don't know how well they did with the money raising. I never heard back the details of that, but I trust that the community has donated as well. And then the next one is going to take place on November 15th, barring bad weather, bad AQI or locusts. And that one will be from 12 to 4. And it's announced in the private Facebook group. So I welcome everybody to come and join the fun. And we're going to this time have the beneficiaries be the musicians. It will be a musician's choice benefit. So musicians can either keep the money if they need it, because some of our musicians are professionals who've lost all of their performance gigs due to the pandemic. And those who have been fortunate to not lose income, we will be donating our proceeds to our chosen charities. So hope you guys can all join.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Does any other council member want to say anything? Or member of the public? Well, I'm sure just not enough of them knew about this, and they would be flocking here to sing your praises. So, Councilmember Nathan, did you want to say something?
I just wanted to say how great it is, and I have told people on Zooms all over the world. Actually, I've told people about it. They're like totally in love with it. So, thank you again.
Oh, sure. You're welcome. I'm glad. Look forward to the next one.
Oh, good. Yeah, and Vice Mayor, it looks like you want to say a few words.
Yeah, again, I'll just add my thanks. I went to the first one and part of the second one, and it was just fabulous. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Peggy.
Yeah. Yes, thank
All
you
right.
so much. Oh,
Thank you.
all right.
See you at the
We'll say good
Coachella.
night. Yeah, and look forward to the next one.
Great.
care.
Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye. All right. And then next up on the agenda is our certificate in recognition of Albany Inside Out, Veronica Davidson and Amy Smolens. And hopefully they're here. I see Veronica. There she is. I'll promote her to panelist. And I'm not sure Amy, oh, there's Amy. Okay, great. In very large type for some reason. And one second. I don't think I'm able to promote Amy to a panelist, but because I can't see her. Oh, wait a minute.
Amy is a panelist.
Oh, okay, never mind. Thank you. Okay, so if you have video, you can show that, Amy. All right. Well, let me read. Hello, welcome. Thank you, Veronica and Amy, for coming. I present to you virtually with the certificate of recognition, Albany Inside Out, represented by Veronica and Amy, in recognition of your service to the community, helping small businesses adapt to regulations necessary due to the COVID-19 pandemic and furnishing supplies to help them do so. And let me just say a few words. I've just been thrilled by the help that you've been able to give the businesses. When it first started that we had outdoor dining, I had 2 council members from other cities tell me how they thought we really had it going on, and they were wondering how we did it. And I think we wouldn't have done it if it hadn't been kickstarted by you two. And so I wanted to recognize you and thank you for that, and wondered if you wanted to say a few words. Amy or Veronica?
Go,
Yeah.
Vonnie first.
Okay. I want to thank you all for this. It's really an honor to be recognized for this hard work. And Amy and I feel really grateful that we had the opportunity to connect with the business owners in Albany like this and actually offer them support in these really challenging times. And while the outcome is constantly changing and we think improving and getting safer and more solid as the days go on, we really appreciate all of your guys' support in getting there, and we look forward to continuing to enhance the safety surrounding the outdoor dining and continuing to support our small businesses staying in Albany. So thank you guys. It's really, really been a pleasure to get to do this. I know it was a hard road for all of us to get here, and it took a little bit of all of us really gritting our teeth and getting through how we were going to make it happen. But I think in the end, the business owners are grateful. I was just on Solano talking to a couple today, and they just think it's their lifeline. It's the thing that's keeping them able to be here in Albany. And I had the privilege this weekend of meeting Libby Schaff from Oakland at the Montclair Farmers Market, and she was, excited that we had this going on as well, and kind of mentioned to her I'd been a part of it, and I felt really, really privileged. And I'm really thankful to Amy for her partnership on this. If there's anyone who knows how to dot their I's and cross their T's, it's Amy. So if you ever need to make sure you've got all your pieces in order, just have Amy do a read through or run it by her. So thank you all.
Thank you. Amy, did you want to say a few words?
Sure. I'm here on MacArthur and San Pablo, just on my way home from my temp job at the Registrar of Voters. So pulled over. Yeah, I mean, the cool thing about Albany to me is, I've lived here for 34 years. Sorry about the noise. And we know the business owners. We go into the restaurants and we know them, and they're our neighbors. And it was just so easy to want to help Laurent and Ali and Pat and Joe and Kathy and everybody, It's really wonderful. There's a real connection, and that's part of what makes Albany special. I want to mention one more volunteer, that's Hannah Hodge, and she's a volunteer, and she designed the logos and the posters and all the materials that went around, and the Halloween postcards that she did, the logo, and when we kind of teamed up helping Coachella get some donations for their last one, she designed a really cool little funky looking poster and all that. So it takes a lot of volunteers. And just to echo what Vonnie said, Pat Vibun-Larp has, she owns Tata and Boilang and used to own a little shop. And she said it's been the most vibrant, Solano's been the most vibrant in 18 years that she's lived here. And I feel the same way, that every time you go out, it's lively and there's lights and there's people out there. Last night I came home from work and I was just starving and I just wanted some French onion soup. So I pulled into Rendezvous. It's still open, yeah, French onion soup. Had a bowl sitting outside, and the couple there next to me was from El Sobrante. So people from near and far come, and everyone really appreciates the vibrancy and the life here. So I hope you guys are too. So thanks for this recognition, and we look forward to continuing, all of us being able to continue to support our small family-owned businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm proud of everyone's efforts, and yeah, it puts a smile from ear to ear when I go down Solano and I see all the activity and the businesses being able to do their thing. So thank you for your part in that. And did any of the Councilmember Moss, you want to say a few words?
Yeah, I just also wanted to express my thanks. I think this was making the best lemonade possible out of the lemons we were all handed. And it shows both the resiliency of Albany, particularly in the people that really care, and the businesses and the residents here. And I think it also shows, I hope anyway, that there are possibilities that we haven't really been considering about what we can do with a lot of our commercial area. And I'm hoping that lessons will be learned going forward from all this. So thank you again. Thank you.
Thanks, Council Member. And anyone from the public care to say anything? Not seeing any hands over there, but so thank you once again, and thank you for coming and speaking tonight. And you have a good evening, and be safe, Amy. It looks like you're patrolling the streets or something, so yeah, be safe out there.
Just going home.
Thanks you
All
guys
right.
so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Take care.
Right, thank you.
All right. Moving on to the next agenda item. Well, I'll just take a moment under ceremonial matters to say that I appreciate the efforts of everyone to continue to mask up and to social distance. We've seen already some spikes, teeny spike in Alameda County, and spikes in other parts of California and the nation. So we still need to remain vigilant against COVID. So thank you all for doing your part. And it is election eve. Please do vote. There are many ways to vote and vote safely. You can go to albanyca.org/vote. I believe it is, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong, and get all sorts of information. Tomorrow is your last chance, but you have until 8 p.m. to drop off your ballot in either the mail or a county drop box in several locations. So I thank you for voting. And Councilmember Moss, is your hand still up from last time, looks like? Okay, very good. And Vice Mayor, did you want to say a few words?
Yes, thank you. I will certainly echo your comments of wearing a mask and keeping distance and washing your hands and voting. But besides all those things, I want to give a special shout out today to Councilmember Rochelle Nason, who has taken it upon herself to provide care and attention to the Albany waterfront. I see her down there almost every day, picking up trash, including dog waste, little cigarettes, little tiny pieces. She's picking them all up with her tweezers, painting over graffiti. And one day I saw her taking a razor blade and actually scraping the stickers off one of the light poles, which she then painted, and it looks beautiful. So I just wanted to publicly say thank you for all you're doing down there. It's just amazing, and it's not going unnoticed, and it certainly is appreciated.
Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. You're really down there doing it.
That's great. Yes, I learned of one of your efforts recently by a Facebook post, and it was very impressive. And I thank you as well. Shoot, what did I want to say? Oh, you're probably the gray glove crew for the waterfront, or whatever color your glove is.
I was going to say the Blue Glove crew is a great inspiration for keeping our public places clean. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. I think that will conclude the ceremonial matters, and we'll go on to report on action taken in closed session. Once again, repeat that we have no reportable action out of closed session. So we'll move on to the consent calendar, pretty small this time. We will move the consent calendar in one motion unless a member of the public or a council member wishes to pull an item for discussion. Does any council member wish to pull an item for discussion? Any member of the public?
I'll move consent.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Would you call roll, please, City Clerk?
Councilmember Barnes,
Yes.
Councilmember Moss,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McQuay,
Yes.
Mayor Pilch.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Moving on to item 6, good of the city, public comment. This is for members of the public to comment on any item that is not on tonight's agenda. Do any members of the public wish to speak at this time? I see we do have one hand raised. City Clerk, please.
Hi, thank you. Good evening. I would just like to share with everybody, when you call for public comment, last 2 times, I finally pressed the button within about 5 seconds. So you call public comment and then you move on real kind of quick. And I'm right there on the borderline, I guess, to raise my hand. So if maybe you can give the public maybe 10 seconds to respond, because that's all, but thanks. So yeah, I was going to public comment. I raised my hand just to congratulate, the honoree of earlier. Just wanted to congratulate her as well. I raised my hand for public comment, but I guess it was just 1 second too late. So yeah, if I'm using my public comment now, if we could just make public comment, a lot better for the community, because half the time it seems like, I'm one of the only public comments, I don't know why, because it's on Zoom now. And why isn't the rest of the community on here? Why is there only one public comment from Jeremiah? We've got 20,000 people in Albany, and what? Nobody wants to say something? That just doesn't make sense. I think we could involve the community more. I saw only 650 subscribers to Albany KALB to watch the city council meeting on YouTube. So really, there's only 600 people of our community even watching this on YouTube. Sure, there's people at home on TV, but I just really, all these public comments and all these climate action and, planning and zoning, I just wish that it was easier. Every big belly on Solano, the day of a meeting like today, maybe we can put some sort of, piece of paper out there, our flyer, on Solano, like on each big belly, tonight there's a city council meeting, we can have the Zoom ID number right there. So someone could just take a picture with their phone. Or aren't there a little barcode with smartphones, that little square with a bunch of squares? I think smartphone, you could take a picture of it, right? And then it'll bring you right to the Zoom link. So I want to use my public comment for the public. I want to use my public comment to make it easier for public to be here at this meeting and to attend and be a part of the community. Because we used to go to the city hall and bring our body physically to the city hall and wait, for hours. But now it's so easy. People could be at home doing this. So I hope we could make this better for the city and more people could join. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your comments. Sorry you weren't able to comment earlier. I do try to look for the hands pretty frequently, but I'll try to do a better job. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Council. This is Corey Dusty. And hi, Jeremiah. I've been out of commission, or I would have been commenting along with you several times, probably. I know that I've the year's catching up, and election season is really exhausting. I just wanted to promo to the community that there are different voter suppression hotlines out there, which you can look up if you're having trouble. The one I have to hand, I have two right now. There's the trans voter protection hotline. If you're getting issues because you're transgender, you can call or text 239-946-2718. And you can look that up through the Transgender Law Center or by doing a search for the Trans Voter Protection Hotline. And then the ACLU has a voter protection hotline at 1-877-523-2792. And that was, I would just search for voter suppression hotlines. So I know it's really difficult to vote, especially if you're unhoused, and then to attend this meeting. And that there are different issues various folks face. But if you're eligible to vote, and if you run into any problems, there are hotlines, and they may be busy, but there are folks trying to provide those resources. So I just wanted to boost those. Thank you all.
Thank you very much for your comments. And I believe that's it for attendees. Not seeing any more hands raised from members of the public. So we'll bring it back to council and move on to the next agenda item, which is subcommittee reports and other reports from council members. Are there any subcommittees reporting tonight?
Okay.
I'll say that, I'm sorry. I'll say that I think that I wanted to try to do a better job of keeping up to our promise of reporting quarterly on this, but at this point, perhaps it's best for the new council, whoever you may be, to take note. Well, some of you will still be here, to take note of perhaps a cleaning up and reorganization of those subcommittees would be good in the new year. Moving on to, oh, I see, Vice Mayor, you have your hand up. Sorry.
That's okay, no problem. I just wanted to comment on the council subcommittee under 7.1 that the Youth Engagement Subcommittee made a report on September 21st. And I believe, Rochelle, do we have a waterfront committee, a bulb committee report?
Yeah, we should. That we did have a subcommittee meeting with the staff about maintenance and repair issues and what the status of all the various needs and projects at the waterfront are. And we've seen some great work on the bird platforms and other things down there. It's much appreciated. And we should see more over time.
I was going to say, I'll just jump in and thank Mark and the public works staff for all the work that they have done, especially getting that porta potty removed from there. That was a major project, and we're really grateful to you for getting it done.
Very much so.
Okay, thank you. Yes, so that we are pretty well up to date, except for a couple. Part of that is certainly my fault, but perhaps we took on too much with too many subcommittees. Something to consider. Moving on to the appointed representation for Albany. Let's just go ahead and throw together appointed representation and other meetings. Does anyone want to talk about appointed representation and other meetings they attended? Vice Mayor, please.
Thank you. I attended the League of California Cities East Bay Division regional meeting a couple of weeks ago. And also we've continued with our calls with the business community. We've continued our work on the United Against Hate Week, which is coming in November. I hosted the quarterly community leaders meeting. And I also attended the Smart Cities Conference, which was virtual this year, and it was free. So it was an opportunity to do something I had never been able to do, and it was quite interesting.
Thank you. Quick question about smart cities. Do you have like a brief tagline of what they're about? Brief byline.
What the conference was about, and so I assume this is basically what they do, are a lot of innovative and technical transportation and energy programs. And they did some community engagement things. There were like 3 different tracks.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of it was kind of based on, you know, I have a business that does this. Doesn't your city want to come and do it with us? But nevertheless, there were some interesting ideas.
Okay. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Would anyone else, does anyone else have meetings to report, appointed or other? Seeing none from my other council members, I have a couple, but the question is, will I be able to find it? Okay, there we go. So the EBCE, East Bay Community Energy met. Some items to note, we did not talk about the nuclear option, but we did talk about the extension of the failure to pay moratorium, where no services being cut off to anyone for failure to pay during the COVID pandemic, and that was extended. We talked about forming the Community Advisory Committee slightly differently, which seemed to be a good idea, where there'd be representatives from various geographical regions who would be picked to be part of the Community Advisory Committee to EBCE. That committee is a bit of a unique feature of EBCE. You don't find that in many other regional bodies. And finally, we talked about the Aramis Solar and Storage Project, which I believe is in Livermore, which is, I think, a large solar farm being proposed to be built, which is meeting a lot of enthusiasm by a lot of people and resistance by others on the environmental front. Some believe that large solar farms like this are environmentally destructive, and yet they bring clean energy. So there's a bit of controversy there. That'll be coming back to EBCE next meeting, I believe. I attended Stop Waste. There was a closed session, and there was also more information about. They've revamped their tool on the website. When you want to figure out what to do with an item, whether it can be reduced or whether it can be reused or recycled, they've revamped that functionality, and so you should go check it out. Stopwaste.org. Apparently, it's pretty nifty what they've done. And then ACTC, there were a couple items that were a little bit controversial because they came through. A couple of projects came through on consent, but the larger body wanted to have more discussion about it, and those projects will be coming back for discussion at the next meeting. And finally, there was an action taken about the 7th Street grade separation east project, where that's for the Port of Oakland, and there's some eminent domain action, I believe, that might have to be taken, and that was signed off in open session. And that was it for meetings I attended that I can remember. And seeing no one else with meetings to report, we will move on to the next agenda item, which will be the city manager report. City manager, please.
Thank you, Mayor. As Mayor Pilch reminded us all, Election Day is tomorrow. So there are no voting locations necessarily your typical polling place, but there are accessible voting locations. There are 2 of those. One is at Albany Veterans Memorial Building in our Memorial Park, and one is at University Village in the Apparatus Bay on Monroe Street. So those are open tomorrow from 7 a.m. till 8 p.m. Folks can go there and vote or turn in their mail ballots. Again, acvote.org is the place to go to get additional information, and also to monitor the results of the election. You can also look at the Alameda County Registrar of Voters website. Information for city. We have, fortunately, recently, today actually, Joel Kemper started in the Albany Fire Department. We welcome him as our newest firefighter paramedic to our Albany family. We're also initiating backgrounds for an additional firefighter paramedic to fill an upcoming vacancy that we anticipate due to a retirement in December. The fire department's call volume has significantly increased, which we're considering back to normal. It dipped for a bit due to the pandemic, and they are seeing that call volume come back up and then some. I'd also like to recognize our department for figuring out how to do Fire Prevention Week without, unfortunately, the annual pancake breakfast. And they did a great job with that, reaching out virtually to our school districts. And also they look forward to stocking up pancakes for when we can all be back in person together. As you've seen in some recent community notifications, the police department will begin resuming the parking enforcement that's been on hold due to the pandemic. Similar to many other jurisdictions around us, one of the primary reasons for this is it's street sweeping season. As you see, the leaves are falling, and that means that we need to do our best to collect all those leaves to help prevent them from entering our storm drain system, which can cause localized flooding. So please help us do your part, even if you're on a street that isn't posted with no parking signs, so we can sweep those streets as best as possible. You can find your street sweeping zone and schedule on our website. You can also get e-notifications from our website so that you don't ever have to remember yourself. You can simply get an email sent to you on that. Albany Local Week has come to an end, but really appreciate everyone that took the time to participate and support our local businesses. We do have 2 winners for the 2020 Albany Local Week virtually here. I'd like to appreciate Ariel Sana and Daniel Prostak. They are the winners of Local Week and will be receiving Solano Avenue gift certificates. So congratulations and thank you for enjoying our local businesses. Our Senior Center, through our Recreation and Community Services Department, is continuing to provide services. We've delivered a record 10,000 meals, over 500 bags of groceries, and the list goes on and on. This is an ongoing service, as I mentioned at each of these council meetings. And for anyone that needs assistance, please call that hotline. The number again is 510-524-9122. Their services also recently have been increased to provide shopping trips as well. And that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from council members? Vice Mayor, please.
Thank you. We received an email this evening with what I thought was a good suggestion, and maybe we're already doing it, of posting at the usual voting places where they actually are supposed to go. And you're nodding. Does that mean that's happening?
Yes. The beauty of email and prompt response, our city clerk has affirmed that she will indeed be posting those signs tomorrow at the existing locations. We have a record of what those locations used to be and we'll be posting to them.
Great. Thank you. Thank you to both of you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Anyone else? Questions for the city manager? If not, I'll just say that it must be that the vice mayor is only not the Albany Local Week winner once again because of the pandemic. I would guess. So, but congratulations to the winners. Well deserved. Can And let's see, so the next item on the agenda for which people are piling into the meeting here is our capital improvement plan, item 9, sub-item 9.1. Staff, please.
All right, so I'm going to start off first here, and then I'll hand it over to Robert and Deborah. So good evening, Mayor and Council. This agenda item is a presentation of the city's draft capital improvement program, which covers fiscal years 2020 through 2024. It is the first of 2 steps towards adopting an updated CIP. Tonight's presentation will provide an overview of the CIP, including its purpose, goals, and work completed since the last update. We also want Council's feedback on priorities, which we'll incorporate into the final CIP, and then we plan to submit the final CIP for adoption in an upcoming Council meeting. So this is the 3rd time since October 2015 that Council has been presented a CIP in this format. We understand that prior CIPs were sort of less formalized documents, but then in 2015, the city moved to this format as a more clear and transparent means of presenting the plan. And at that time, the CIP was described as a 5-year roadmap of the city's capital plan and a tool to help define available project resources as well as upcoming funding needs. With this update, we want to build on that structure by focusing on delivery and execution. We're now using the CIP as a tool to focus our work on council priorities reflected in the strategic plan, as well as other adopted plans, and on what we call our core business functions. And namely, that's upgrading and rehabilitating our city's infrastructure. I want to highlight a couple key things that have changed in this CIP. One is our focus on our core business functions, and we're calling this our street rehabilitation, sewer and storm drain, and sidewalk programs. And I think, as you know, we've had large backlogs in these areas over the last few years, and that's reflective in our PCI, or Pavement Condition Index, as well as we were faced with the prospect of stipulated penalties because we weren't completing the required amount of sewer rehabilitation work as dictated by our sewer consent decree. But I'm happy to report we've made strides in all these areas. Our sewer work is caught up, and we're meeting our requirements for the consent decree. And we have a process in place and structure to allow long-term compliance with those requirements. We've also completed the 3rd round of the sidewalk rehabilitation program, and we have the 4th round teed up to go to the Transportation Commission later this month. And then on the street rehabilitation program, we have 2 projects that'll start later this month or in the coming month. This would be the Washington Avenue project and the Adams projects. And then we're also, in tonight's consent calendar, we had an item that's awarding a 2-year design contract. So the idea is that we are designing and planning for tomorrow's projects while executing today's projects. And another thing you'll see in this CIP is that we have a levelized spend across the 5-year program. In the prior CIPs, I think you'll notice that we'll have, they were heavily front-loaded with the spending. An example is you would have $14 million of capital budget one year, followed by less than 7 the next year. And that's very difficult to sustain over a long term. So our hope.
Sorry, Director Hurley, are the slides supposed to be advancing?
No, I'm just giving a quick overview, then I'm going to turn it over. Is that
right.
Clear? Sorry about that.
No problem. Please continue. Thank you.
All right. So the idea is that we'll have a more levelized spend over the 5 years of the program, and then hopefully the idea is that our execution will match that much better, and we'll have more consistent execution. And we're doing that by focusing on actionable projects. I think in prior CIPs, there were a number of projects that were placeholders or projects that weren't fully developed, so they were very difficult to move forward and took a lot of staff time and diverted our attention from other projects. So what we've done here is really in the front-loaded the first 2 years of the CIP with projects that can be executed now. And this can be both a construction project or a planning or design project as well. So, but we want the near-term projects to be ready to go. And we're also making use of the CIP narrative. And this is sort of the front area of the document that describes the projects. So when a project maybe isn't fully developed, we want to keep it in the narrative piece to keep track of it, so that when all the information is developed, we can move it over into the execution side. An example of this is the Solano Avenue Complete Streets project, where council recently adopted the plan. And in the plan, there were several recommendations, some longer term, some shorter term. And in the narrative, we describe how we're going to execute that. That includes one or two elements that'll be incorporated into our operating plan, one element that's incorporated into this current CIP, and then one longer term item that we're going to keep track of and incorporate into future CIPs. So the intent is this is going to be a living document. So our goal with the CIP is so that we have a structure so that we can reliably execute projects, but also have flexibility to adapt to changing priorities or respond to opportunities, such as a grant. And then also be able to make the changes without disrupting the overall projects in the other projects in the plan. While I believe we have done a good job in executing projects and buying down our backlog, I also recognize there are a number of key projects that still need to be implemented. And in my mind, these are the lighting project, there's another lighting analysis project, the parks projects, and there's a number of bike and pedestrian improvements that still need to be done. And our hope is with the changes we're proposing in the plan that we can more reliably execute these as well as all of our projects. Now my last thing is I want to, before handing off to Robert, I want to highlight two departmental changes that have occurred since 2015. And council supported the addition of 2 positions in public work that are vital to implementing the CIP. The first is the CIP manager, which is Robert Gonzalez, and the second is our management analyst, Devorah Zotterer. Both Devorah and Robert have done a tremendous amount of work, behind the scenes work, scrubbing budgets, confirming budgets, project scopes, and funding sources. And without their efforts, we wouldn't be able to put together such a comprehensive plan and document. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Robert.
All right, thank you, Mark. I appreciate it. Let's advance that slide. Let's move that forward. Okay, so Mark talked a little bit about the structure of the CIP. So let's begin there. The draft CIP is attached to your staff report as an attachment. And the first part he mentioned was the narrative. So there's really 3 parts to the CIP. There's the narrative section in the beginning. There is a project pages section. So that is a single page for each project that is proposed in the CIP. And then the last section are reports that are generated to illustrate funding sources and how funding is broken up by project and by program. So we're going to walk a little bit through some of those details. The purpose of tonight's presentation is really to get your feedback on anything that you saw in the CIP that looked, that you had questions on, or that you didn't see, or that you just want more detail on. So we talked about that. Let me just move this over here a little bit. We got project pages. The other part of the CIP that I wanted to bring up to your attention, on page 6 of the PDF that you have, it talks about how we structure projects. So we structure projects by category. So the categories that we have illustrated in the CIP, and these are the same ones that we used in 2018. So we've got buildings and facilities. We've got parks and open space and creeks. We have community improvements and streets, sidewalks, and transportation-related projects, as well as sewer and storm drain projects. So those are the categories of projects that we put each of our projects in. And then we rank them against priorities. So this is kind of the same process that we used last time, but it gives the CIP a structure so that we can look at these as packages and as individual projects that we rank against each other, and we balance the needs of the city. So the priorities we look at are safety-related projects, mandated projects that are regulatory requirements. We look at core business that Mark mentioned, which is streets, sewers, sidewalks, anything that is related to infrastructure that needs some regular upkeep and regular replacements, and community enhancements, things that we want to see improve the community inside of parks. Some of the elements that go into these, that identify projects. So a lot of the questions come around and say, how do projects get into the CIP? So Mark mentioned this, that the strategic plan is one vehicle which we use to get projects into the CIP, but there are a lot of them. So the one that we relied on for the sewer project is a sewer master plan that was done in, I believe, 2016. So that's due to be refreshed. That's one that we probably want to refresh fairly soon. Most recently, I believe earlier this year, Council looked at a pavement management plan, which we presented in March, just before the lockdown, and that illustrated an investment. We'll go through the details there, but the pavement management plan is one. The active transportation plan generated a lot of projects. And forthcoming, we see that we're going to be doing a parks master plan that's also going to generate projects for the CIP. And the other element that is important for us to note that Devora will go into further detail on is the audited financial data. So that also provides us with background information that is very important for the CIP. Let's look at this. Next slide. So the capital improvement plan establishes budget, schedule, and funding for each capital project. It gives us essentially a 5-year plan with prioritized projects. So these are things that the city deems as valuable for us to invest city resources in. A lot of these, and we're going to show you this illustration, a lot of these are non-discretionary. So those are the things that fall into this core business category and these mandates. And then there's other projects that are committed, that have committed appropriations from prior years. So we'll go through both of those. The CIP is a planning tool. It gives us a sense of strategy and priorities for the city. So anytime you want to figure out where some of the city's valuable resources are going, you can pull back and look at both the operating budget and the CIP, and it gives you a very high level view of where things are in the city, what has been done in the past, and what's planned for the next 5 years. And it provides accountability for project spending. I think we talked about this in 2018 when I presented the last draft budget. But each time staff comes with a staff report that is proposing a contract or a change order or what have you, there should be a financial section, and that financial section should have a clear connection back to the CIP. Generally, that will say that it was identified in the CIP, that it was approved in the CIP, there was funding approved in the CIP. And then you can feel confident that that was part of a strategic plan that you were involved in reviewing and looking at. If it's not, we'll tell you. We'll tell you right up front that it was a change, or it's new, or for whatever reason we were given direction to propose something on top of the CIP, and we'll have to identify funding on top of that. So that helps you ground each project in something tangible that we can go back and look at. So that's another valuable use of the CIP. And then funding strategies. We want to make sure that we have a comprehensive funding strategy because the city does bring in a lot of different types of funds, local funds, regional funds, and state funds. We want to be using these wisely. We want to be thinking about how we use these in tandem with each other, where they can complement each other. Devora is going to go through a lot of that we spent a good amount of time on. That part is illustrated in the narrative section of the CIP. So if you want details about any of the funding sources, we try to provide a clear description of each of those sections in the narrative section of the CIP. So planning improvements. Over the past 2 years, we've worked really hard at getting better at executing projects. Part of what that means is that in this draft CIP, we really think that the first year, the year 1 and 2 projects that are illustrated there have a clear scope, they have a clear budget, and we think they're going to be better for implementation compared to some of the experiences we had over the past few years. And our goal here is no false starts. Once we know what a project is, once we know that we have the budget, we're ready to go, and we're going to bring it to you for execution. We are striving for a more streamlined and systematic approach to getting our programs advanced and into project delivery. That also means that we could have actually more consistent projects because we have a system in place for moving forward. And we're going to compare what we have in the sewer program and how we want to adapt that systematized approach we have in sewers into sidewalks and into streets so that we can get a lot of our programs through. This helps with capacity. So if we can get these more systematized, so we're getting sidewalk projects moving forward, sewer projects, and now street projects, we'll have more capacity for some of these smaller one-off projects. We see about $4 to $5 million in spending each year through these core business functions. So I think you're going to see that in the next tables. Let's go through that. So these are some of the completed projects that we did over the past 2 years. So we've got street calming projects, we've got parks projects, we've got sidewalk projects, we have pavement and sewer projects as well as Memorial Park bathrooms. I'm going to talk first about 2 of these projects. I'm going to compare the 2018 pavement maintenance project and the 2018 and 19 sewer rehabilitation projects. So the 2018 and 2019 sewer rehabilitation projects, that scope came directly from the sewer master plan. We know exactly what we wanted to do, and we were on a timeline to do it. So we probably spent somewhere around $6 million over a 2-year period using the same contractor, and we were able to sit down with them and negotiate a couple very large change orders to execute these projects. And it went really, really smoothly. So we were very pleased with the contractor's performance, and we were very pleased with the design engineer's performance because we didn't see a lot of overages. We didn't see a lot of changes that caused us a lot of problems. The pavement maintenance project was the slurry sealing project from last summer, and it went smoothly during construction. And we are pleased about that. But honestly, it was a much harder project to lift off the ground. We didn't have a scope statement. We had to come up with that during the design process. And part of that is because at the time we didn't have a pavement management plan. Earlier this year and in a lot of 2019, we worked really hard with NCE to develop a pavement management plan to identify an annual spend target that we want to hit and some priority streets. So Mark mentioned on the consent calendar, item 5.4 was a CSG contract for 2 years. So that CSG contract had an identified scope that came directly from the pavement management plan that's going right into design. We're going to have a kickoff meeting tomorrow. They know exactly what the scope is going to be, and we have plans to go to Transportation Commission at the beginning of the year. So this is an example of how we essentially constructed a very smooth on-ramp for sewer projects, and we're doing that exact same thing for streets. The sidewalk improvement program is a little different because some of these projects are smaller scale, but it's the same idea. While we're working on one project in construction, as Mark mentioned, the next project is already in design. So we're constructing 1 year, we're designing the next year, and as we've got these management plans or master plans in place, we could actually look at years 2, 3, 4, and 5 and project those years forward. So we can tell you how much we're going to spend and where we're going to be in terms of planning those streets. So it's not always exactly the way we plan it to be, but it's much better compared to a year and a half ago when the pavement maintenance program was really just us scrambling to identify the right streets to slurry seal as fast as we could. Let's see, what else did we want to say here? The other part of this that I wanted to point out was, of these 9 projects, 5 of them are really not core business. So while they were past projects that we had appropriation for, the Washington Avenue traffic calming project was not really a core business. It was new improvements for that area of the city. The Albany Hill access improvements were new improvements to an existing park. The Memorial Park bathrooms, while it was necessary, it wouldn't necessarily be city infrastructure in the same way a street or a sewer or a storm drain would be. The rectangular rapid flashing beacons, again, it was a project that had been identified in the CIP. We wanted to crank it out, but it was a new feature compared to rehabilitating existing features. So we were kind of pulled. We were pulled in terms of getting some of these older projects off of the CIP and also delivering on those commitments for paving and for sewer. So I think in going forward, we're going to find that we have much better capacity to deliver those projects. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Devora to kind of break down some of these funding puzzles that we have for the cities. Let's move to the next slide.
Thank you, Robert. Good evening, Council. I'm Devora Zotterer. I'm the management analyst at Public Works, and I believe my first meeting with you was the last time we presented an update to the CIP. So the thing I want to talk to you about how we see the budget for the CIP as a sort of puzzle. We're assessing our available resources. We have many different funding sources, as Robert referenced. We want to assess the appropriate usage of those resources, which often have restrictions or designated purposes. And we want to look at those two factors in terms of what are the city's commitments and what are the sort of desires and values for how we want to change or improve the city in the future. So what are the different considerations that go into this kind of complex puzzle that we're trying to solve? First thing is we need to assess what we already have, and the audited fund balances and the comprehensive, the financial statements that Heather Rowden presented in April of this year to you were huge for us. The city relies on, this complex assortment of funding sources with specific requirements, restrictions on how they use them. So we need to understand precisely what we have and how we've used that funding in the past in order to be able to fit those pieces into a plan for the future. For example, the 2016 sidewalk parcel tax that was passed by voters goes directly into our sidewalk repair program. So in order to know how much capacity we can support in that program, we need to know how much we have, how much revenue has come in the year since. All of that information is essential to us in being able to put together a plan that makes sense. So Robert made reference to our operating budget, and Mark as well. You saw an update to our operating budget in September, presented by Heather. And a lot of work has been done in the months since COVID and in general in the past few years on both the citywide budget and the public works budget. There are, the focus has been on what it takes to operate and maintain the city, and which funding sources are more appropriate to be pointed in that direction or to be pointed towards capital, aside from just general fund. So, for example, for the gas taxes, the taxes we get from the state, the pass-through revenue is actually a more appropriate funding source to be used to fund our maintenance programs in the public right-of-way. While we determined as part of this whole puzzle that the county pass-through tax revenue for gas tax revenue from Measure B and BB, as well as local Measure F, the street and storm drain tax, are those two funding sources are more appropriate to support our capital street rehabilitation program. So these things work in tandem to support each other, and we need to understand what is designated towards the operating budget in order to understand how the capital puzzle piece fits in as well. The Another big consideration for us is to understand how much we have in reserve funding. Again, Heather has put together the reserve fund policy, which you saw this summer, in which essentially our city is planning responsibly and saving for the future. This prepares us for emergencies and and may fund expected upgrades to our buildings and facilities. This is, yes, another important puzzle piece. So one of the biggest factors for us in this planning cycle has been how has COVID impacted us? How do we respond to the challenges COVID's put in front of us in this somewhat nuanced, more subtle context? So again, as Heather presented to you in September, on the operating side, the biggest impact is that our general fund deficit has grown. And the way that's reflected in the capital budget we're presenting to you is that we're not asking for any new general fund appropriations for our projects. With this in mind, we're looking at all of our special revenue and rebalancing it to account for this effect of COVID. So as an example, the street lighting evaluation project was previously funded completely from the general fund. But as this new context from COVID came to light, we have had to rebalance our resources to identify a new funding source. So we were able to identify that the Alameda the ACTC Measure BB funding was an appropriate funding source for that project, which is great news for us moving forward. One factor was we did see some drop off in revenues with gas taxes in the first few months in the shelter in place. People were staying home, were not driving. But the revenues were actually quite resilient, and we don't expect longer term impacts on those revenues to be material. We're tracking this closely and adjusting our usage of these funds accordingly. Yes. So what is kind of the result of this complex analysis that we're doing on our funding sources and our available resources? The results, as both Mark and Robert have referenced, is that our core programs, our core business functions are supported year after year. Our sewers, our streets, our sidewalks, our storm drains, all of these have identified funding sources that don't see a lot of variation, even in a pandemic. We are able to use the resources we have efficiently and effectively. We're able to understand our capacity. How many placemaking or enhancement projects can we reasonably commit to with an assurance of being able to deliver those projects? We can know when we need to seek further resources. For example, grant funding for placemaking projects, or project management resources to help execute projects. And we come to this place where we have a CIP that is a living document. It becomes something that enables us to deliver planned projects successfully, and also to adjust and adapt, to incorporate new projects or changes to projects when without disrupting the progress we're already making. So in general, as a plan, it enables us to create a clear and deliberate decision-making process for staff and for council in executing and supporting all of these projects. So I'll turn it over to Robert in just a moment, but I wanted to put this table in front of you. You've seen the top line before, so this is a chart in millions of dollars. The adopted line is the previous planned year-over-year spend from the last capital improvement plan, fiscal years 18 through 22. So as Mark pointed out, you'll notice that in year one of this CIP, we had a $14.1 million planned spend. And the next year, a little over 7.5. And year 4 and 5 had very, very low, had only at 3.1 and 4.1. Now, the second line here is what we're proposing to you today. And again, as both Robert and Mark mentioned, the spend is much more levelized. We've planned specifically for our core business functions, for sewer, for streets, for storm drains, for sidewalks. Very convenient, they're all S's. And we have built that into a program that holistically looks at the resources we have available, has a predictable annual spend, and enables us to do thoughtful consideration of the resources available for enhancement projects, for placemaking projects. Period. I'll hand it back over to Robert now. Thank you for bearing with me through the money talk.
Cool, thank you, Devorah. So I think the table, for the most part, speaks for itself. I'll add a couple things that Devorah didn't mention in her funding slide. So over the past couple weeks, Devorah has been on the phone and over email with ACTC and with MTC, better understanding what our funding sources, limitations are, and opportunities are. So we did move a couple projects that were originally identified for general plan funding, and we moved them over to Measure BB and Measure B funding to open up a lot of that. I guess that was to give some relief to the general fund. And we wouldn't have done that. I wouldn't have picked up the phone and asked those questions, but Devorah took it upon herself to do that. So I appreciate that very much. So in terms of the adopted and the proposed spend, the adopted from 2 years ago, from 2018, totals about $40 million. The proposed is 42.9. Those don't differ greatly, but as Devorah said, it's just smoothed out. I think I mentioned before that the core spending was in the $4 to $5 million range, which means we still have capacity for additional projects on top of that. So that's good, but we think this project, this CIP is a much more deliverable, thoughtful project than the one even we did 2 years ago. So we definitely have a lot of confidence that we can deliver these projects. The next one to look at is just kind of another way to look at the project is by category. So going down here, and I think this table is taken directly from your packet. So if you look back at the draft CIP PDF that was on your staff report, this is page 7. So the parks projects, we delivered a big project in the Albany Hill. We've got 2.5 million. These are 5-year spends for the proposed CIP. Buildings and facilities, we have 365,000. Jumping down to streets, we've got 16.5 million. This is in line with roughly a $2 million spend per year. With a little bit on top of that, we think we can spend, once we get CSG moving, that might be in years 2, 3, and 4. We want to deliver Marin Avenue next summer. And as CSG kind of builds up their capacity and understands our needs, then they can deliver additional projects on top of that. And then sewers and storms. I'm going to go through all of these in a little bit more detail in the next slides. But this is kind of how we're looking at things. Going back a little bit higher on the table of the major equipment, this was transferred over to the Equipment Reserve Fund. So that had been sitting in the CIP since 2015. And Heather saw this correctly as something that isn't really a capital project. It doesn't have a beginning, middle, and end like most of the other work we do. And so she began the work on developing an equipment registry. Sorry, she's here. She can correct me on my language, but taking this out of the CIP and putting this in a different module for finance to manage separately. So this pie tells us very clearly that 52% of our 5-year budget is in sewer and storm, and then another 41% is split between streets, sidewalks, bikeways, and pedestrian improvements. So that's 93% of our budget. That's a big chunk. And that leaves us somewhere around 5 to 7% for discretionary projects, or for projects that touch buildings, parks, trails, and creeks. This won't be like this forever, but for the CIP for these next 5 years, we have regulatory mandates, and we have streets that need some of our attention. While we do these streets, I can say that the street budget does include ADA improvements for curb ramps, and it will also include ATP improvements. So whenever we're touching a street and redesigning it, we're looking for ways to make it more bike friendly. So that's how that looks for this category. Let me just, projects, okay, great. So one of the language changes that we used in this CIP is we started using the term discretionary and non-discretionary projects. So I want to talk a little bit about the discretionary projects that we're proposing for this CIP. So this is money that we think we can invest in different ways. Through the audit, through the work of our finance director, we have fund balances for Measure R that we believe we can invest first in the Measure R for the Creeks Fund. We can spend the rest of that balance on the Cordonices Creek Phase 4. And then for the Measure R playfields, we have funding for the Peggy Thompson Park playfield analysis, the Memorial Park path lighting, and that will spend down the Measure R playfields considerably. The other one, the third element on here is the bocce courts. That was, I think, originally identified in the CIP and approved as part of the Memorial Park project. So like many of the other projects in previous CIPs, the Memorial Park project was one that it's kind of an umbrella project that covered a lot of different elements. It had the bathroom, it had the playground, it had lighting, it had tennis courts, and it had some other elements there. So the bocce courts were approved, but ultimately the money ran out. But we were able to do is with the bocce courts is get through the design process. So we have a set of design drawings, and we have a cost estimate of about $200,000, above $200,000 for a single bocce court. So we want to evaluate this as part of the Parks Master Plan. We don't want to go in there as a single project and invest in something that it maybe makes more sense now to look at other projects to invest in citywide. So we're going to take a step back. We're going to incorporate this into the Parks Master Plan and look at all of the different needs that our parks have. And then discretionary, street rehabilitation really isn't discretionary, but the year-to-year spend is discretionary. So the city can choose to spend what it deems necessary. And back in March of this year, we proposed a $1.9 million per year spend. And that is a trajectory that gets us to a 75 PCI over 10 years. So I think as a group, we saw that as a very an achievable goal, but also a good rational target for us to reach for. So that brings us well above what it has been historically in the kind of the high 50s to low 60s, and it brings us to a point where we think we can achieve a very nice street index, street network. And from there, we can decide if we want to do more or scale it back. So the 1.9 million a year is an annual spend planned into this CIP. The Sewer Rehabilitation Fund. So like Devorah said, this has a dedicated funding stream. We've got a spending of $4 million per year programmed into the CIP. We're going to spend every penny of it. I do want to bring your attention to Brighton Avenue. So Brighton is one of these sections of Albany that could be a very expensive project for us. There are, I think, 6 blocks of Brighton from San Pablo up to Masonic, and from Brighton and bordering into El Cerrito. So that little corner of North Albany, just as you're entering into El Cerrito, that sewer pipeline needs to be rehabilitated, and it needs to go into Brighton Avenue, which is, it's not there now. So this will be an open cut excavation process. We're going to divert all of the traffic off of Brighton Avenue while we do this. It's going to be somewhere in the $6 to $8 million range, and we think it's about 5 to 6 years away. That makes the rate study, which we've been talking about, even more important. So the rate study will help us stabilize that rate, knowing that this large, expensive project is on a 5-year horizon. So with that in mind, we're basically just going to be bringing on an expert on sewer financing rates and running through those numbers and getting a sense of what our financial options are. So one of the financial options possible might be bonding, it might be taking out a loan, it might be raising the rates. All of those things are for really financial professionals to kind of answer those questions for us, but those are all possibilities. So project funding, I wanted to highlight a couple things here regarding our reserve funding policy. So in 2018 and before 2018, before Mark and I got here, there was a process at the end of the year to identify a end of year surplus and take that end of year surplus and designate specific projects to fund through that. So we're not doing that anymore. That's not a way to really operate an operating budget. So instead of doing that, Heather established, the finance director, established earlier this year a reserve fund policy that specifically lays out the need for and how we operate a reserve fund. So that's really helpful, because then we can build on top of that for our CIP. So the Civic Center HVAC project can be funded partially out of building reserve. We do need to look at the scope and the cost estimate for that project. The climate action plan suggests that we actually look at a heat pump system for the Civic Center as a possibility. So we don't want to ignore the climate action plan. We want to understand what that impact is. I've never done a heat pump system, so I want to learn all about it and understand what that means. I think it could be complicated depending on how this is rolled out. So we need to look into that. So I just want to make sure I'm bringing that to your attention, that the funding source will be through the building reserve. That's appropriate for this type of project. But we do need to spend some time scoping and cost estimating this before we can bring it together as a well conceived project. And then the community center kitchen and security upgrades. This is a new project that Recreation brought to our attention earlier this year. They walked us through kind of a laundry list of improvements that the community center needs. Some of them are probably regulatory requirements. Other ones are kind of bringing up into kind of modern kitchen standards, similar to what we did with the senior center. And then security upgrades. The community center is the only building I believe we have left that doesn't have the little key fobs. So it's separate and apart, and it's just different than the rest of the city. So it's appropriate for us to bring those security upgrades up to par with our other facilities. So again, something that comes out of the building reserve. We generally think we know that it's going to cost, there's going to be an unfunded amount of $65,000, which can be funded through the building reserve over time. So it's not something that we need to identify immediately or at the end of the year. This can be brought in and funded across several years. So if they want to invest $20,000 a year, then we can get there over a 3-year time frame, 3.5 years. So it's a low priority for now. We don't see it having to, at least the kitchen upgrades are a low priority for now. The security upgrades, we can probably manage to bring those in sooner. But we want to make sure we understand what the cost is and and program into a future year. Let's see. Okay. So the other large category for our CIP is bike and pedestrian projects. This falls under the big pie of the streets project, but bike and pedestrian projects are their own animal. So we want to talk a little bit about this. This table here we established with some priorities. So we've got A, B, and C priorities. We have projects already in the A priority range. So San Pablo pedestrian improvements is a project that has been on the books, I believe, and talked about at least since 2016. We have a project that last year came in well over budget. It was a $1.6 million project if we did every single component that was designed. So we needed to scale that back so that it meets the available funding. So we're doing that now, and we think we have a project that we can proceed forward with in year one. Cordornices Creek Phase 4, that's I believe it was a $1.1 million project that we needed to seek funding for. Council approved that project, I think, last year in 2019, and directed staff to go out and look for funding sources. And we looked at this, both, I think, Measure B and BB are appropriate funding sources for this. And then citywide traffic calming, again, this is a project that has been established for a long time, and it's a way for the city to deliver speed bumps or speed humps or different types of traffic calming measures throughout the city. So we want to work that down. There's elements that have been in that scope for 2 or 3 years. So we want to work that down and deliver some of those projects. On the B priority list is the Keynes Adams Bike Boulevard pilot project. I recognize that this is something that some community members wanted higher on the priority list. I do want to mention one thing that's holding us back from actually delivering this project. Keynes Adams, the purpose of the pilot project is to implement some improvements short term, measure the effectiveness of those improvements, and then come back to council with some results and some recommendations. So all of that makes sense. However, on Keynes and Adams, we are not seeing the level of car traffic, automotive traffic that we saw pre-pandemic. So we're still in a very low volume traffic-wise on the local level. We've seen a rebound on the freeways. So if you go on 80 and 880, you can get stuck in traffic. But on local areas, because schools are still, kids are at home rather than being in school, the localized traffic on Keynes and Adams is much reduced. So it's not practical for us to move forward with this without good baseline data. So without that good baseline data, we won't be able to measure the effectiveness of the pilot project. We'll have spent the money, and then we'll be at a position where we still don't know whether it's effective or not. So it's really not practical for us to move that forward at this point. Solano Avenue Complete Streets short-term striping improvements. That's something that came directly out of the planning effort that community development took the lead on. And that's something we think we can deliver in the short term. And then North Albany traffic calming. This is essentially Brighton Avenue and looking at delivering some traffic calming elements to Brighton. This can be done, but it has to be done in tandem with resurfacing the street and the large sewer project that I mentioned earlier. So I want to make sure we're delivering all of those in a way that makes sense in order. So I don't necessarily want to put down a bunch of traffic circles and have to tear them up in about 3 or 4 years. So that's a C priority. So with that, I'm going to stop talking for a bit and let you guys run the show.
All right. Thank you. It looks like Vice Mayor McQuaid is the first up with a question.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark and Robert and Zebora. This is a great, very comprehensive report. I do have a couple of questions. I'm not sure if you can go back to the slide where it where there was the difference of the 2.9 million. One was 40 something million, one was 42 million. That one's fine. You know, I think you mentioned that wasn't a whole lot of difference in my economics. 2.9 million is a big difference. Is all that money coming from measures B and BB?
No, not all of it. So the next slide was probably more helpful. So parks and trails, some of this is coming from Measure R that we talked about. Buildings and facilities, some of that is coming from local funding. I believe all of that is coming from local funding. Streets, bikeways, and pedestrian improvements. A lot of that is measured. This is really the line item that has B and BB funding. It also has some Measure F funding as well. And then the sewer and storm drain is a dedicated funding source. I should have asked Devora to step in here and give more detail on this, but I will do that now.
Well, Devora, before you do that, I have another question related to this. The 2.8 million for major equipment was taken out. So should that lead me to think that it's actually not 2.9 million, but actually 2.9 plus 2.8, or is that 6 million almost?
Thank you, Robert. Good eye, Vice Mayor. So as part of what we've been talking about with planning more deliberately for our annualized program spend, previously we had been, you'll notice that on this chart, the sewer and storm drain number jumps drastically. That is a big part of where the difference comes from. We had previously been, we have invested more into our sewer program in order to continue this established process of compliance with the consent decree. Our program has been very successful, and we've invested that resource to make that happen.
Okay, thank you. And just one last thing, is it possible to somehow write something like an appendix for both of the complete streets plans, both the San Pablo Avenue and also the Solano Avenue? So there's a way to look at it sort of on one sheet, because I believe it kind of gets done in pieces, and I kind of have a hard time following where all the pieces are and where we are in the project. So if there was a way to have like just an appendix just on each of those projects, I think that would be helpful.
Like a summary table of all the projects that come out of those plans?
Right, and where we are as we go through the implementing the plans, where we are as we move forward.
Okay, we can work with community development to get those. I see Mark nodding.
Great, thank you very much.
Okay, next up would be Councilmember Nason then.
Yeah, one question is, I understood there would be money becoming available from the East Bay Regional Park District to repair some of the damage to the wear and tear, which is pretty extreme in Albany's portion of the Buchanan right-of-way, and I didn't see that in the CIP. Do we have a sense of what that funding source will provide and what we need to do with it?
I can jump in here on that. I actually, this is the first I've heard of that. So why don't I kind of, from our prior meeting on the bulb, I was going to reach out to East Bay Regional Parks. This will be on my list of things to talk with them about. This is the first time I've heard of that.
Oh, okay, great. I have the documents on the Gordon Ball. I'll email that project.
Sure, that'd be fine.
Okay, and I had a couple of other questions. One is, I know this is sort of a refresher type of question that we discussed it before, but the difference between our perspective on our own PCI as reflected in the parking management plan and the MTC's evaluation of our PCI. Can you remind me, I think it came up when we reviewed the parking management plan, but can you remind me why those numbers are, why the evaluation is different? Because the MTC categorizes our streets as being in the at-risk category, and we give ourselves a few more points and categorize ourselves as being in the middle of the fair category.
Yeah, I don't want to jump into how we score versus how MTC scores, and I'm not sure why they've chosen this at-risk category. I'm perfectly fine agreeing that our streets are at risk. Whatever label we put on it, we want to get better at. We want to improve these things. So I think for MTC, they have an at-risk score that, like, the top threshold for that is around 60, and that's exactly where we are. So I would acknowledge that our streets are at risk of falling into disrepair if we don't do something. So that's the mentality we went into the pavement management plan, is that we want to have an aggressive approach to improving our streets. I think at some point, maybe the consultants had a different way of scoring, but I think the numerical score was still in that high 50s, low 60s range.
Yeah, I think MTC was something like 57 and the consultants was something like 60, and it looked like it had to do with the difference in emphasis on the bicycle, the streets that bear bike lanes. Yeah. Okay, then, you know, and I would like to emphasize the, you know, this condition of Solano that we think that prioritizing our arterials makes a great deal of sense to me, and getting that taken care of should be a huge priority. The other thing, the San Pablo pedestrian improvements, was interested in getting more information about which items are being deferred. And it's not necessary to do that, you know, that's project specific. There's no need to do it tonight, but I assume Mayor Pilch is probably interested in that too. We're a subcommittee on San Pablo, and I think we'd like to get a little more information about that. And finally, the decision not to use general fund dollars for the lighting evaluation project. What got displaced? You know what I mean? When we changed the funding source, what did we take out of B and BB in order to accommodate the lighting evaluation project?
So B and BB are these funding sources where we do have a healthy existing balance. So that balance is in the $1 million, you know, a few $1 million ranges each. So we didn't have to pull anything out or defer anything. We're simply recognizing that this is an investment that the city wants to make over and above what we were doing before. So whatever funding we need to do to make up for that, we'll find a way to get all the other projects completed as it goes, as we move along. But I think that the lighting study was in the $200,000 range, and that's coming out of B&BB, and we didn't have to defer anything.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thanks.
Thanks.
And next up is Councilmember Moss.
Okay, thank you. I like this presentation, and I like the way you set it out in the staff report quite a bit. I thought this was, for me anyway, it was a lot clearer than some of the previous CIPs, and it had a logic to it that I particularly appreciated. a lot of the bigger questions that I had, I think you answered tonight in one way or another, trying to figure out how our things are going. And, I'll get into some of the more of the weeds, so to speak. One of the questions that I wondered about is how we were going to be doing traffic calming on Brighton and then tearing up the street in the next 5 years for a giant sewer project. It seemed like the timing on those two didn't quite match up, but I appreciate what you had said earlier, how I guess the priority for the Brighton traffic calming because of those sewer project has kind of lessened. And I'd certainly hope that we don't put in a bunch of traffic circles and then tear them up, the following year for a giant sewer system. Hearing what you were saying about the B and BB funding, I know from my time on ACTC, it was often said that we weren't going through our funding fast enough in Albany, and that became an issue. So I appreciate that you're pulling some money out of that to make everybody at the county level happy. One of my pet projects that I was hoping to see a bit more progress on a few years ago, the playfield study for Peggy Thompson Park. I still don't quite understand how we can spend $25,000 on that. And, essentially we're getting an estimate to see what it would cost to do that. I mean, I'm not sure where that money's going. When you get an estimate, generally, where the estimate's sort of free, are we spending that $25,000, or is that kind of fit in there because we want to go, start using up the remainder of the Measure R funds?
I could jump in on that question. So it wasn't just an estimate, but really was an evaluation of what can be done at that field and identifying. So it's not just constructing a field, but what does it take to construct a turf field and compare that to a traditional grass field, and what are the implications and long-term maintenance costs, not only first construction, but long-term maintenance and actually renewal of the field over time. So it's more of a complete life cycle analysis and a comparison to another option. So it's a more robust analysis.
Okay,
Yeah.
that makes a bit more sense to me. I think it was Michael who I think it was the last meeting the last meeting that we got together around the Saha project, mentioned the idea of using dirt that would come out of that project if we needed to supplement on the field. If there'd be some way to have those two things coincide, I would hope that this analysis that they're going to do would look at that possibility. It may not be possible, but I see Robert shaking his head there. It may well be way too complicated to get both those things to match up. But
I think one of the struggles we have with the dirt there is it's difficult to get anything to grow. So if we do want to do turf or traditional grass, it'd be a significant off-haul and import of soil that can support the field.
Right.
Yes.
If we want to do traditional grass, that's true. Although I hear endangered wetland plants grow pretty well there from time to time. So what is my other final questions at this point? That does it for me. You answered quite a bit of the things that I had written down here in your presentation. It was very complete.
So Councilmember Moss, just to add, we probably should have mentioned this earlier on in the presentation, but this is the street rehabilitation that we shared with you in March. So part of this is reconstructing a lot of these streets, which is very expensive, and slightly less expensive as a mill and overlay for many of these streets, including Marin. This blue line extends down to Cornell, so an extra 2 blocks here. So Marin is going to get a real facelift over the next couple of years. And this is substantially Measure B and BB funding. So the timely use of funds issue will be in our rear window fairly soon.
Great. I'm sure ACTC will be quite happy to hear that.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to take Councilmember Barnes next because he hasn't had a chance to ask yet.
Okay, here's my question. I can't see anyone else's faces, but no matter. So my concern, although I won't be here in a year because I'm termed out, is if we get another plan in a year and it's this same format, is it going to be the same time periods, 20 through 2024? And if so, if we ask the sort of simple, perhaps simplistic question that a city council member would ask, well, how are we doing it? If you went through each report line by line and we looked at the numbers, could we get a sense for, on any given project which caught our fancy, on how it's doing, how the money's being spent? How could we, from this admittedly very high level plan, sort of get a sense for, well, how are we doing?
Sure, we can start. So on a project by project basis, we try to measure that in the staff reports. So each time we're approaching a project on a staff report, we go through a design, a planning, and a construction phase. Essentially during the design phase, we tell kind of the story of what it costs to build that project in the staff report. And by the time it's closed out, our responsibility is to show whether we did a good job of staying within budget and what kind of the nature of some of those change orders are. So on a very micro level, we do that for each project that we deliver. On a macro level, we could either do that in the narrative section of the CIP, and we could add that information. I think some of it is there on a 2-year spend cycle, and we can certainly add it to the presentation. So we can bring that information forward to you through the city manager. But going back to your first question about how are these approved, and whether a new council can simply, kind of put the brakes on it and review at their discretion the existing CIP. So they can do that, but I think if we do a comprehensive document and we present it as we're doing now, I think the idea here is that the CIP is a living document, but it also provides continuity. So strategy, priorities don't change, the categories don't change, some of the projects might change. So you might see some tweaks in terms of personal preferences of different projects, but 90% of that spend was in the infrastructure, so those things generally won't change. So when we come back to you, I think in a month for resolution, we're going to be asking that the first 3 years of the 5-year plan be appropriated. So that action essentially provides budget appropriation for all of the projects with spend in those first 3 years. So those first 3 years of the 5, I can go back to this slide just so we can enumerate it. The first 3 years of this proposed, these 3 totals together will be what is recommended for an appropriation. So that appropriation lives through the council until some other action is taken. So we essentially take that as a green light. If a council votes on that resolution, we take that as a green light to proceed with all of those projects. And on an individual project basis, it's certainly at the discretion of council to either appropriate more funds or reduce those appropriations as they deem appropriate. Did I answer your question?
Yeah.
Can I add a little bit? This is Mark. I want to add a little bit, one point to that. So I think we got a little bit off cycle. If we think about a CIP, we want to come back to council every 2 years to do a formal update, but then in the off year, come and do a status update. And that status update, I think, would address an update on the whole list of projects of where we stand. Some projects will, obviously, we're going to go slower than expected. Some things might change. Some might be less complicated. There might be new initiatives. So I think getting to the extent that we can get into that cycle of every 2 years coming with a formal update, and then in the off years coming with a status update would help with that, I think, your question.
Yeah, that's good. Okay, thanks.
All right, Councilmember Nason.
Yeah, I just wanted to, when the issue came up about the analysis of the potential for fields at the Peggy Thompson Pierce Street Park, I did want to mention that I served on the JPA when we were looking at the field materials for the Gilman fields, and wanted to suggest a conversation about that with Scott Ferris or whomever you might talk to over in Berkeley. One thing to be aware of is that the city was moving in the direction of having a kind of rubber fill for the turf, and it was rejected in favor of cork, in large part because an organization formed, Safe Gilman Turf, got together and strongly objected to the rubber fill. And I suspect the same thing would happen in Albany. So it may not even be worth looking at alternatives that are perceived as toxic in any way.
I think we're in complete agreement on that. I've been involved in a prior project, and that was completely off the table. We used an organic coconut husk or something of that nature. Yeah, so the crumb rubber would not be a part of this project.
Talking to Berkeley might shortcut some of your work.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And I assume Councilmember Moss, you had your hand up from previous time.
From previous, yes.
Yeah, and so my one comment about the moving of the dirt from the Saha project. I thought that actually Councilmember Moss was suggesting that the dirt could be used as fill, not as the rooting surface of the grass. I guess there's also that possibility because turf, I guess, only doesn't require that much soil to grow in. But beyond that, I had one question, which is on the Keynes Adam project. And Mr. Gonzalez, you mentioned that you talking about the effectiveness of it, not being able to measure the effectiveness. But I believe the project is about two-way bicycle traffic, and enabling the two-way bicycle traffic would be, whether or not it enables the two-way bicycle traffic would be the measure of effectiveness. So I'm trying to figure out where the motor vehicles comes in.
Yeah, it's a fair question. I think in the planning process, community development had come up with like a handful of metrics that they had proposed to measure as a baseline. And I think one of those might have been baseline traffic count, simply to see how the bikes and the pedestrians and the cars may share the road together. I'd have to go back and look at that. That's a fair question.
Okay, and another teeing off on something you said earlier in the presentation, which is that you want projects that are ready to go. And my understanding is that pilot project has been designed. I saw a number of expenditures to the design company about that, and I assumed it was completely designed. So that is ready to go. Would you agree?
I would agree that the design drawings can be implemented immediately. I
Okay.
don't know if we would get, I don't know if we would be able to come back at the end of that with good data for council. That's
Right.
the part that I would have to reach back to community
The
development.
metrics, right. Got it, got it. Okay, and that does it for my questions. Any other questions from council members? And Mr. Barnes, well, you're not even there, but your hand is up, but I assume that's from last time. And now
okay.
let's move to,
Oh,
let's
there.
move to, oh, there we go. Let's move to public comment. Do any members of the public wish to speak on this item? Please raise your blue hands now, your virtual hands now. We have one speaker, at least. A few have come up. City and before City Clerk, before you call them in, I just want to say something about being able to see the people. There is a feature in Zoom. If you go to preferences and screen sharing, there's a side-by-side view that if you manipulate your screen allows you to see the presentation and all the people, or you can do just what has happened, which is the screen sharing was turned off and now you can see everyone again as well. So go ahead, City Clerk, and call in the members of the public.
Go ahead, Preston. Right, we're having some issue. I think this is from his video, not his phone call. So we'll go to the next person and come back to him.
Ms. Kerr?
Yeah, thank you. I want to thank city staff for a very comprehensive and almost comprehensible report on a capital improvement budget. It was very well presented, and I appreciate that. So thank you, all of you who participated in that. There are 3 points that I wanted to make tonight. The first one has to do with the fact that council and staff, I think, recently have been made aware of a living wage ordinance in the city. And my question based on that is, are any of the projections inclusive of the living wage calculations at this point, or is that something that we would anticipate in the future? And also, is there anyone who is willing to sort of give a rough projection of the impact of those numbers if they are not currently included in the report? What the change in the numbers might be over time in the capital improvement budget if we had a living wage calculation. If we let contracts to vendors who have living wage requirements, then it's likely that the amount of those contracts will be higher. So my question is about that. My second comment is regarding the sidewalk rehabilitation program being dependent on staff capacity. Somewhere in the report, it talks about staff capacity, and there's a $399,000 available appropriation, but we're only projected in 21 to spend 200,000 of that. And I just wondered what staff capacity means. Does that mean that staff are actually engaged in finalizing these projects or letting contracts, or why would we not spend the amount appropriated for sidewalk? I mean, the sidewalks need to be fixed. So I got sidewalks all around me that I would like to see money spent on. So I'd like to have that happen. And then finally, and this may be more for the Traffic and Safety Transportation Commission, but the Albany Greenway Safety Improvements Project, one of the things that I think would tremendously improve all of the intersections on the Albany Greenway is to restrict the use of electric powered vehicles, scooters, bikes. The electric powered capacity on the Albany Greenway is becoming more and more challenging for those of us who are pedestrians who may or may not be quick on our feet. So just those are the 3 points that I wanted to make, and I appreciate again the work that you did in the reports. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Kristen, are you able to unmute?
Hi there. Sorry about that before. City clerk was correct. I raised my hand on my video, not my phone. So thank you very much, staff and council. And this has become a much more understandable document through time. So a great appreciation for that. A few questions. I guess it's a pretty basic question, but is the calendars that are shown, spend calendars, are those based on fiscal years or calendar years? And either way, it shows 2020, which is, I don't know if, I mean, this is couched as a plan, but 2020 fiscal year is over, if I understand the fiscal year correctly, on June 30th. And then obviously the calendar year is almost over. And so, yeah, it'd be helpful to know that. On that, the SPA improvement for people who travel on sidewalks and crosswalks, I think Councilmember McQuaid or Vice Mayor McQuaid brought up wanting a bit more information there. And I think that would be helpful because it's a little unclear from the description. It says the scope was reduced and it was split in three phases. And I don't know if the splitting it into 3 phases is the reduction in scope, or each phase, what is going to be done in each phase, there's a scope reduction compared to the last time that those plans came to what was then the Traffic and Safety Commission, which I think was 2 years ago. So I think it'd be important for everybody to know if some of the elements that were in those plans have been canceled out, or if it's really just taking those plans and splitting it up into 3 phases. On citywide traffic calming, the Transportation Commission approved, which I guess it's fair to say I'm on it. So, but my understanding is we approved traffic calming project on 1000 Masonic. That's not listed in the CIP. Maybe that's because it's not completely designed yet. So there may be something going on outside of the commission that is the reason that it's not there. But I just wanted to highlight that is a project that is almost there as far as I understand it, if it isn't actually already there. The North Albany traffic calming, I appreciate the explanation of why that's so many years out. And that wasn't really my question. My question is, there's $65,000 of spending in 22, and then what looks like probably construction spending in 24. So I was kind of wondering, why is there a gap here of 23 when there's no spending on that? And then on the active transportation plan, striping and signage, it says finished in 2020. Does that mean that it's already finished because 2020 is essentially done, and I'm not aware of any specific contracts that have been let for that? Or does that mean it's still coming up and it's actually in 2021? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. And I do not see any more hands raised from the public. So I will bring it back to the council. And I've written down, I think, most of the questions. Would staff like to take a crack at any of the questions asked by the public?
I can maybe tackle a couple of the ones. With respect to living wage, all of our contracts, particularly our construction contracts, have the living wage requirement in there, but they also have prevailing wage. And in most cases, the prevailing wage exceeds our living wage. So this really isn't an issue in the types of contracts that we see for the CIP. It's probably more of an issue in our maintenance contracts for, let's say, services in a building, janitorial or something along those lines. So I think we're fine for the CIP. I can also maybe take the question on staff capacity for sidewalks. One of the reasons we've chosen to scope the sidewalk program into smaller chunks, we target somewhere around 100,000. It's sort of multi-phase. these projects are pretty high touch from a staff perspective. Think of it as, I think the last one had 40 different locations. It's essentially 40 little projects spread around the city. So that's very staff intensive to manage that project. So we want to make sure that we're not overwhelming staff and we can get it done in an effective way. And keep the quality up, because that's one of the things that we want to make sure that we're doing the root pruning and some of the things that go along with making sure that we have long-term improvements to our sidewalk. And then the second part is a little more strategic. You know, if we're bidding these projects, and if we get a difficult contractor, we want to make sure that there's an endpoint in a fairly short time horizon, and we're not stuck with somebody for a long term where we're struggling with them for a longer period of time. So it's really balancing a number of different things.
Okay, thank you for that. I heard oh, please go ahead.
Just to add to the financial question, we plan a certain amount of work annually in line with what Mark said, in line of our resources with staff, et cetera. We are, however, optimistic in how much we can do. And so the appropriation reflects that there may be, because of the resources that we have been granted to work with because of the parcel tax, that if we are able to commit additional capacity in the odd event, that we're able to fund it.
Okay, thank you. Then I heard a question about motorized scooters and such on the Albany Greenway. That seems like a policy question that would probably start at traffic and safety. And then a question about the splitting up of a project. I think it was San Pablo Ave pedestrian improvements into 3 phases, and whether or not there was any, the project had changed at all, or if it was just split.
Yeah, let me start there. So to go back to Commissioner Jordan's questions, his first question is the proposed years that you see on our tables are fiscal year, not calendar year. And the first year, he is correct that FY20 is complete. The last time we came to commission, the last time we came to council with the CIP, we had asked for appropriations for the first 2 years. So this really is to be consistent with that. We would want to ask for appropriations for the first 2 years of this CIP, but we wanted to reflect the spending that we spent last year. We didn't have an opportunity to come to council for an appropriation last year, so we're pulling that in essentially as a financial element, so we can recognize all of the money that we did spend appropriately. But this is a way for us to acknowledge all of that spending that we did last year. So the first 2 years are really 21 and 22. In terms of San Pablo Avenue, the improvements, we broke those 3 phases into the north of Washington Avenue itself, and then areas south of Washington Avenue. So our attempt there is to really match the projects with existing funding. I would have to go back and look at the set of plans that we presented to Traffic and Traffic Commission 2 years ago to see if we had actually pulled out any of the elements. The one thing that I'm thinking of immediately is the cycle track. I think the cycle track was not consistent with Caltrans design elements, and they were having they were taking issue with that particular design element. But I don't remember if that was actually an element that wasn't considered in the last round of drawings that we presented to the Transportation Commission. So I can go back and look at that. But that's how we proposed those, and our intent wasn't to scale off of elements that we were taking out. It was simply to chunk it into locations so that we could deliver those projects within the available budget. The other one that he asked about was the citywide traffic calming, and the 1000 Masonic Avenue had been approved by the Transportation Commission. So we recognize that. I don't think we were identifying all of those as individual capital projects within the CIP. So we could list that specifically. I was informed of that by Justin, so that is on our radar to actually implement. And I think North Albany traffic calming was the other one. Mr. Jordan mentioned the $65,000 spend. I think that might have been in FY20. That I believe was a design package that was either done or partially done for North Albany. So I believe that's what the spend was for. Do you recall that, Devora?
I would have to go back and look at the project page, but generally if an amount has been spent in 20 and we have costs projected out in a future year, that's a design effort and then a projected construction cost. I believe Mr. Jordan's question was also regarding just the gap of a year between design and construction. This goes along with what we were saying about with these more discretionary projects. When we have a certain amount of resources to spend, literally and metaphorically, annually, and we have to prioritize the commitments we've made to our street rehabilitation, et cetera, we have to take that into consideration when planning the construction phase of projects, funding, staff capacity, et cetera. So that would explain, in most cases, that would explain a gap between design and construction.
And I think the last question was about the ATP striping and signage, whether that was completed or not. So we show spend in that element. Part of that project was incorporated into the 2018 pavement maintenance program. So a part of those ATP elements were incorporated in that, and that is shown as spent because that is complete. The remaining elements on a couple other streets will be performed through the next pavement contract. So that's up and coming.
Okay, thank you for that. Let's see. So I think that thank you for answering the public questions. Further comments from council members? I see. So go ahead, Councilmember Nason.
Yeah, I just was going to say I need some more time with the document. It's been a unusually busy few days, and my plan. But I understand we're going to approve this in the future, so my plan is to send you an email with comments and perhaps some additional questions, if that's okay by you guys. Thank you.
So to clarify, let's see, what is the ask for us tonight? We receive a presentation and provide direction to staff. So I think we're not formally approving it tonight. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So you have more time for input, council member. And so my final comment just is on the once again on the Keynes Adams. I heard you mention we talked previously about measuring the traffic, measuring the motor vehicle traffic. I did not hear a mention of a metric regarding bicycle traffic. I don't know if that's in there as well, and what effect COVID has had on bicycle traffic. But I would ask you to consider that as well, since bicycles are the reason the project is being done. And if there's no further comments from council members, I want to thank staff for a great presentation and a great CIP, a great document, and we will move to the next item.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. So the next item on our agenda will be under unfinished business, item 11. We have 11.1, letter to East Bay Community Energy Board of Directors regarding power content options for a 100% carbon-free product. Do we have a staff report? Looks like there's staff now.
Great. Good evening, council members. The matter before you tonight is to decide whether to send a letter to the East Bay Community Energy Board of Directors indicating interest in a 100% carbon-free electricity product, which would include nuclear power. The letter is intended to inform the EBCE Board of Directors that the City of Albany is interested in potentially enrolling some or all Albany accounts into an energy product that includes nuclear power. The letter does not commit the City of Albany to choosing a default product that includes nuclear. The cities of Hayward and Pleasanton have already submitted letters to the EBCE Board for consideration, and I believe other cities are planning to do so as well. The Dublin and Emeryville city councils have discussed the nuclear option publicly and both expressed intentions of requesting the nuclear allocation option and having their EBCE Board of Director vote to approve it. So in sum, the letter that was attached to the packet is a letter that, if approved by the City Council tonight, will go to the EBCE Board for consideration at the November 18th board meeting. And the board on that date is expected to vote whether or not to allow cities to have a nuclear option for an electricity product. So at this time, I'm able to answer any questions, and also Alex DeGiorgio from East Bay Community Energy is here as well to answer any questions council members may have.
Thank you, Ms. Karadi, and thank you for being here, Mr. DeGiorgio. And do council members, I see Vice Mayor has her hand up. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to comment or announce or whatever that I have had a conversation with Mr. DeGiorgio generally on this subject, and also with the mayor. We met with the East Bay Clean Power Alliance, Local Clean Energy Alliance, and the East Bay Sierra Club.
Thank you for that. Any questions from council members? Councilmember Moss.
So I just want to confirm what I think I already know, but that essentially what we're being asked is to consider taking some nuclear energy that is being generated, whether we take it or not, and it's also an energy source that will be going away by, I believe, 2025. So it's not in the process of us saying that we do decide to take this. We're not making that decision tonight, but if we do decide to take this in the future, we will not be encouraging nuclear power or any more nuclear power plants to be built. Essentially, that whether we take it or not, the situation will be that there's a plant, Diablo Canyon, I presume primarily, that will be decommissioned in 5 years. And whatever nuclear waste is being put out is going to be put out whether we take this energy or not. So that's the essential question.
I'll let Alex from EBCE cover that one. Oh, Alex, you're on mute.
Looks like he's yeah, you're just muted. Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
You're correct, Councilmember Moss.
Okay.
All right,
Thank you.
short and sweet. And council member, okay. Any other council member questions? Do members of the public wish to speak on this item? We do have a couple of hands up, so please, City Clerk.
Preston?
Mr. Jordan, if you'd unmute *9 by the phone. Perhaps we need to bring him back in a moment.
I apologize. I tried to take my hand down by phone, but apparently you can't do that once you put it up. So I have no comment. I apologize.
Oh, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Okay, Barbara?
Thank you very much.
You're probably going to have to.
Okay, my name is Barbara Stebbins. I'm with East Bay Clean Power Alliance, and I'm here tonight to urge the Albany City Council not to send a letter expressing support for Brilliant 100 option that includes nuclear. I live in Berkeley, not Albany, but I am here because if Albany were to succeed in getting EBCE to approve accepting nuclear energy in order to continue Brilliant 100 at the same rate as PG&E, it means that Berkeley will also include nuclear as part of its power mix. Berkeley has been a nuclear-free city for as long as Diablo Canyon Nuclear Power Plant has been around, as has Oakland as well. If EBCE accepts nuclear, even if it is to serve a product that is used only by some cities, it will appear on the power content label that applies to all cities and the unincorporated Alameda County in EBCE's jurisdiction. So basically, we all will be responsible for nuclear power if any cities want to take it. Including nuclear power is not the only option to keep Brilliant 100 at a rate parity with PG&E and carbon-free. Another option, one that East Bay Clean Power Alliance supports and that is being currently discussed in Hayward, is for EBCE to provide a short-term subsidy to continue the product as it is now. Last year, EBCE netted $82 million, $22 million more than anticipated. They created a rate subsidy fund with some of that money. EBC's staff estimated it would cost $3 million to continue Brilliant 100 as it is without nuclear. Lastly, I want to point out that right now, there is no power coming out of Diablo Canyon at all because one unit was down for maintenance. The other unit had a generator malfunction that had to be repaired at the tune of $100 million. That has broken again as of October 15th. Right now, there is no power being generated. So it is at best a short-term solution to trying to find carbon-free. It's not clean energy. The public has rejected it. I don't know what my city will do, but I would encourage it to withdraw from EBCE.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Go ahead, Melissa.
Hi, council members. My name is Melissa Yu, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Sierra Club. We remain strongly opposed to nuclear energy as it is not a desirable source of power, and we support a systematic reduction of our community's reliance on nuclear power as a source of electric power, and urge you not to send a letter in support of nuclear for EBCE. And if the city of Albany does plan to send a letter, we recommend that you send a letter asking for more options on the table and options that specifically do not include nuclear power, options that include looking at the program's reserves and also providing some more financial transparency of the program. More choices need to be offered to cities to make a better, more informed decision. And more questions need to be asked to better understand what board action is required to lower retail rates for products like Bright and Brilliant Choice, while also providing non-nuclear power options. Nuclear is not a solution to climate change, and every dollar spent on nuclear is one less dollar spent on truly safe, affordable, and renewable energy sources. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Go ahead, Jessica.
Hi, this is Jessica Tovar of the East Bay Clean Power Alliance. And we did submit recently a letter to East Bay Community Energy, really urging the board for actual more options instead of just the consideration of Diablo Canyon nuclear energy, but actually having some proposals on the table that are options to keep nuclear out of the East Bay Community Energy Program. At the onset of the program back in 2018, it was explicitly said by staff of East Bay Community Energy that our program, our community choice program, would be free of things like nuclear and coal. And that is definitely something we want to keep. Noting also that majority of community choice programs have rejected PG&E's Diablo Canyon nuclear. 75% of that PG&E offer was rejected. And that's important because community choice has always had a bottom line of providing clean energy in comparison to PG&E, not taking PG&E's dirty energy. In addition to that, what was mentioned earlier is that our community groups have different proposals on the table of how to keep nuclear energy out of the program and to continue to move forward. As was mentioned, we are asking for subsidizing Brilliant 100 for the cities that wish to continue it, but to subsidize it without nuclear energy. Other ideas that have come up that we've heard is actually, sunsetting the Brilliant 100, ratcheting up over time, the actual renewables. I'm not sure if it's been clear, though, that the mix of Brilliant and Bright has actually had more renewables than what was intended. So accepting nuclear energy would actually mean taking a huge step backwards, and adding nuclear energy into a program that's nuclear free also opens the door to potentially in the future seeking nuclear energy from other states and other places. And that is something that actually taints our community choice program. So other ideas of potentially, if the program is creating a rate stabilization fund at $12.7 million, it could create a subsidy at $3 million per year to continue Brilliant 100 without nuclear energy and tainting its own reputation and skirting, the initial decision that was made in April of this year. I think it'd be really important to keep the nuclear out and see.
So far, your time is up.
Program. Thank you.
Okay. And we have one more speaker, it looks like.
Go ahead, Cynthia.
Yes. My name is Cynthia Landry, and I sit on the SEIU 1021 Executive Board. I am also a member of the SEIU 1021 Climate Justice Committee, a COPE delegate, a member of the Alameda Central Labor Council, and I sit on the East Bay Community Advisory Committee representing labor. And I also work as a social worker in Alameda County, where I work with our homeless safety net population. I submitted today, I don't know if you got it, but I submitted the official SEIU Local 1021 resolution opposing nuclear energy in the EBCE energy portfolio for 2021. We last, and I don't know if you have it, council members, but I will just briefly go over it. We are concerned about nuclear energy for the following reasons. Radioactive waste, a major environmental concern related to nuclear power is the creation of radioactive waste, such as uranium mill tailings, spent, used reactor fuel, and other radioactive waste, which takes years for the environment to dissolve. Nuclear proliferation, the existence of nuclear energy facilities increases the likelihood of proliferation of nuclear weapons. As nuclear fuel and technology become globally available, the risk of these falling into the wrong hands is increasingly present. National security. Nuclear power plants are a potential target for terrorist operations, and attack could cause major explosions, putting population centers at risk. Accidents. In addition to the risk posed by terrorist attacks, human error and natural disasters can lead to dangerous and costly accidents. The 1986 Chernobyl disaster in Ukraine led to the deaths of 30 plus employees in its initial explosion. Therefore,
Ms. Landry, your time's up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I do not see, thank you. I do not see any more public speakers, so let's bring this back to the council. And I'll start off with a question for Mr. DiGiorgio. The power content label, would that have to be the same? If we had communities that were taking the nuclear allocation and those that weren't, would the power content label have to be the same for every community or no?
No, the power content label itself wouldn't have to be the same for every community. There could be an asterisk indicating which power options are available in which communities. The joint rate mailer that gets sent to all customers within EBCE service area each year, that joint rate mailer would show what all of EBCE's options would be. So if there were to be an option with a nuclear allocation included in it, then that option would appear on that joint rate mailer, but the joint rate mailer could indicate in which jurisdictions those options are available.
Okay, but it is likely though that if we were a community that accepted the nuclear allocation in order to keep Brilliant 100, that we would have a large nuclear allocation shown on the power content label that came to our Brilliant 100 customers, correct?
Well, just to clarify, as I understand it, the board isn't considering including the nuclear allocation in the Brilliant 100 energy supply. If it were to accept the nuclear allocation, it would be for a separate, distinct, carbon-free price parity power option. And so that is in the asterisk or however it would be indicated on the joint rate mailer would indicate that that option was the default option for the city of Albany, should the city of Albany choose to go that direction. There isn't one power content label. There's a power content label for each option that EBCE offers, just to clarify.
I see. Okay. Thank you for that. Okay. I think Councilmember Moss has a question. Oh, you're muted.
Thank you. So are there reasons why this reserve that apparently EBCE has not been spent, or are there restrictions on what it can be spent on? Could it be spent on production of more sustainable or renewable energy sources or storage systems, or is there some restriction on that, on those funds?
Yeah, so to clarify there too, there are two separate forms of reserves that I think we're discussing, and I want to make sure we don't conflate the two. There's a rate stabilization fund, and that's the approximately $12.7 million. And that is, it's up to the discretion of our board how it chooses to use that money. I think that the purpose of that fund, or the way it was envisioned originally, was for rate stabilization for all EBCE customers and communities, or at least a majority of them, rather than for a subset of customers. And it was also, I think, intended for emergencies. And there's the expectation that, given the uncertainty around the power charge and difference adjustment, that the PCIA, that rate stabilization fund may very well be needed to stabilize the rates for Bright Choice customers as well. And also a quarter of that rate stabilization fund, about 3 to 4 million, is deferred revenue from local programs that wasn't spent largely due to COVID. So that $4 million would be, you'd be directly taking money away from our local programs for that portion of the rate stabilization fund. For the rest of EBCE's general reserves, that 80 million that was mentioned, that is, the reserves are being held so that EBCE can get a credit rating from the credit rating agencies. Since we're such a young agency, we do not yet have a credit rating. And once we have a credit rating, as other CCAs have been able to achieve, those that have been operational longer, then you have access to cheaper capital, through municipal bonds, et cetera. And that would dramatically accelerate the rate at which we would hope to develop more local programs and renewable energy projects, also more innovative projects around energy storage, load shifting, the electrification of buildings, electric vehicles, et cetera. So if our board were to choose, which it could do, if our board were to choose to use those funds now, it would certainly raise red flags for the credit rating agencies and would likely delay the agency's ability to get a credit rating. So that would be, I think, one of the reasons why the board might not choose to go that route.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And any other comments from Councilmember Barnes?
Yeah, thanks. There's several issues raised that I thought were interesting, and I thought there were many misconceptions, but I don't really want to talk about them because I want to focus very narrowly on the question at hand and sort of reinforce what Councilmember Moss said. The reality is here, when you have these very large plants, whether they're big generating facilities that BPA runs, Bonneville Power Association runs on the Columbia River, these big dams, or if it's big nuclear power plants, they turn them on and they run them at their engineering efficiency point. And then they just tell their people, they sell the contracts for the power, whoever you want to, but we're just going to run them at the efficiency point. So with Diablo Canyon, they turn those things on and they run them about as hard as they can. They each produce about 1.2 gigawatts of power when they're running. They generally are very reliable. Their capacity factors are about 80 to 90%, which means they run 80 to 90% of the time. And they're going to do that. People somehow have some perception that if we take this power you know, someplace down there in Diablo Canyon, someone's going to say, oh, pull out control rod number 37 by 3 millimeters and route that power to Albany. That is so not how this works. They crank those puppies up and they run them and they just sell the power to whoever they can. And they're going to turn off. There's already a set schedule for how they're going to decommission Diablo Canyon, and it's not going to change. So in other words, we're not discussing anything here that will change any facts on the ground in the real world, in the physical world. Nothing. This is, imagine having sort of like one of those solitaire games on your computer where you have sort of, but imagine you have sort of a digital deck of cards and they're just contracts. All we're doing is talking about shuffling the deck in a different way and distributing the contracts in a different way. It changes nothing about the real world. You know, Diablo Canyon, San Onofre Songs, San Onofre Nuclear Generating Station in Southern California is already gone. It's been decommissioned. They're decommissioning Diablo Canyon. That's not going to change. So the question for us is, well, do we want to take one of these power contracts or not? Yeah, me personally, it's, why not? I mean, if it helps, first of all, I opted out. I'm not even an East Bay Clean Energy customer. I'm still on PG&E. I've had solar power for years. I just don't see a problem with it. If it helps keep the organization solvent, you know, go ahead and take advantage of this unique situation for 5 years, because I don't see how it hurts anything. So that's my wrap.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I just want to comment that, well, I agree with what's been said. The actual agenda item is sending the letter. And all the letter's doing is saying that we're somewhat interested. It's not saying sign us up. As the evening's getting later and later and we have a big agenda item to come, I'd like to see us move forward and send a letter.
Okay, that is a good call to arms. I noticed one thing in the, so I'll hold my comments. I think I've said them before. I think there is a consensus. In fact, I thought there was unanimous opinion among the council members that to have continued interest. And so the letter does say most of the council members. I wondered if the council members would prefer the letter to say all of the council members to be a little stronger, or should we just leave it the wording of as most of the council members support this?
I'm comfortable with saying all.
Yeah, or something to the effect of the council members support, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So if someone would then like to make a motion with that change to the letter, go ahead, Councilmember Nason.
Like to very quickly say that I had concerns when we were getting started about using big hydro, and I think that is still more of an issue than to me because of its ongoing nature. That does seem like a much more troubling power source to me than a decommissioning nuclear power plant. But just wanted to mention that there are a range of ways to get power, and this is not one of the more, not necessarily the most troubling one.
So I would move that we send the letter with the change that we just discussed.
I'll second that.
All right, do we have a motion and a second? Any further discussion from council members? Seeing none, please call the vote, City Clerk.
Councilmember Barnes,
Yes.
Councilmember Moss,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McQuay,
Yes.
and Mayor Pilch.
Yes. Thank you. Motion carries. And thank you for everyone for coming and speaking to that item. And thank you to staff and EBCE and our sustainability coordinator as well. Moving on to the continued discussion regarding establishment of a community task force on policing. Do we have a staff report?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. It will be both myself and our Police Chief, John Geisberger, who is joining us now. I will introduce the item, reintroduce the item. This is a continuation of your discussion from September, following up on the work of the working group that was established by the City Council. And again, that working group was comprised of the Social and Economic Justice Chair, Greg Downs, Social and Economic Justice Chair, Vice Chair, Janelle Gary, as well as our Mayor and Vice Mayor. The working group met over the course of the summer months to develop the attached draft framework for a community task force on policing. As part of your discussion at your last meeting, staff provided the draft framework to our City Attorney's Office for review, and the updated version of that framework is provided again as an attachment to your staff report this evening. We also thought, since it's been some time, that it would be important for our police chief to return to the City Council and simply provide you an update on departmental policies and associated actions taken to respond to concerns voiced by the community and steps taken to implement policies, procedures, and trainings that will build on previous measures that address implicit bias, institutional racism, equity, and inclusivity. You'll also see in the staff report for council consideration, really just some high-level consideration, talking points as you're working through the draft framework in case it's helpful to you. Some bigger questions to perhaps answer, and happy to provide any answer any questions as you get to that part in your staff report. So with that being said, I will hand it over to John, our police chief, to provide you an update on police department policy and procedure.
I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I apologize. I am trying to share my screen, so I apologize. It doesn't seem to be working. Let me try it one more time here. Is that working at all? No. I think the city clerk has my PowerPoint and can maybe do that for me. Great, I apologize about the technical issues. Thank you, good evening, council. As the report said, I'm here to update you on the police department's steps we've taken since the killing of George Floyd. If you could go to the next slide, please. As you may know, I've been a part of 9 meetings, and from those meetings and other correspondence that we have received at the police department, we've created an extensive FAQ page that can be found on our police department webpage. We've also answered 33 questions gathered by the Social and Economic Justice Commission, and those answers can be found on the city's social equity and inclusion page. In addition to this, we've also made some changes to our policies and practices based on what we've heard from the community, along with some changes in the law. And so to highlight some of those changes, if we could go to the next slide, please. So we had a new section in our use of force policy that covered fair and unbiased use of force, and it reiterates our bias-based policing policy, which where we expect officers to carry out their duties including the use of force, in a manner that is fair and unbiased. So that's a new section for us. Next slide, please. And then I also added language into our existing reporting of excessive force. And the language makes it clear that it doesn't matter what your rank is or the time of service you have with the department, but if you observe an officer using excessive force, you have to report it. And then that also applies if you go to our next slide. Oh, sorry, we must have missed it, but that same language was added to our policy to require, no, if you go back a few. One more. Nope, just skipped over it. Right there. Our duty to intercede also. So it doesn't matter what your rank or time of service, you shall intercede to prevent the use of unreasonable force. So that language was new and added into there. Next slide. And that next slide, I already covered that one. And then we also had added into our policy language that deals with the proportional use of force. And again, it kind of reiterates the reasonableness of use of force and applying appropriate force to the threat provided to the officer. So as an example, if you have somebody who you need to have exit a vehicle and they're not complying and they're passively complying, it would not be reasonable to use, say, a taser on that person. That would not be proportional to the resistance being presented. Next slide. Then we had this whole new section that covers alternative tactics and de-escalation. As time and circumstances permit, and when it's safe for the officer or for the community or for the danger to the community, the officer should consider these actions which may decrease the need to use force. And those are, alternative tactics or using de-escalation to try to reduce that need to use force. Next slide. August 5th, we removed the carotid control hold from our policy. Next slide. And then we also changed the language in our body worn camera policy. It had been more permissive using the terms members should activate their cameras. Now it is members are expected to activate their cameras, and then lists some of the situations they may need to activate them in. Next slide. We also started modifying the policy language to be gender neutral terminology as we roll out new policies. We are not doing all our policies at once. We have 139 policies and over 800 pages of policy. So as you change a policy, the officer is required to read the changes, acknowledge that they've read the policy, and understand the changes. So as you can imagine, if we did 139 policies at once, it would take a lot of time. So as we roll out new policies or make modifications, we're changing that terminology. Next slide. Also, I know a very important thing that's been discussed is our Racial and Identity Profiling Act, or STOP data. I am still targeting us beginning to collect that on January 1st of 2021. We are required to start collecting that in 2022. Myself and the lieutenants have already done some preliminary training on this. We have some more training coming up later this week from our vendor. Our software is in place for this to happen. It's just we're going to have to then train our staff over the next couple of months to begin to track the STOP data. As I've learned more about it, I think it's going to be important that at some point we provide some education to the public on what STOP data is and how it's collected, so they're aware of some of the nuances in it and how that STOP stop data could be interpreted. Next slide. Some of the training we have done, we've just completed an in-house training covering de-escalation of force, as well as reviewing our new use of force policy. We just started the duty to intercede training as well. We had some officers who at the beginning of the year went to an in-person de-escalation course, and then when COVID hit, we were not able to send other people. So the officers who did not attend the in-person class have finished an online course. We also had most of our staff go through another training on the use of force as it relates to AB 392, which changed the language to the use of deadly force and really emphasized, deadly force had to be necessary, and also the other steps of trying to use de-escalation ahead of time if possible. We also completed a post-certified racial profiling course. And then I'm working with the Sacramento Police Department. Their chief provides a in-house course on the history of policing, racism, and bias. And I've communicated with him, and he is willing to come teach that to our department. I suspect with the holidays and everything, I probably will not be able to get him here till after the first of the year. Next slide. And then just a reminder, under normal times, when COVID's not been in place and our staffing levels are better, these are some of the community outreach programs we do that I think provide an opportunity for people to learn about the police department and have meaningful conversations with officers to learn about what we do. Next slide. And then moving forward, obviously we'll be working with the Community Task Force on Policing as needed. And then I am also working with the school superintendent and a Board of Education member to just set up regular meetings where we can discuss youth engagement. I am looking over an agreement for the Center for Policing Equity to have them come in and collect data and analyze it and provide us with a report for any areas that may need change or improvement. And then I'm also looking at the formation of a community police academy, which again would go into kind of our community outreach where people could learn more about the police department. And that is all I have. Any questions?
Questions from council members? Councilmember Barnes.
Yeah, John, thank you for that presentation. I'm wondering if your officers are ever educated by psychiatrists or psychiatric social workers or professionals who are in psychiatric hospitals about what it's like to work with people who are mentally ill. And I say this because many years ago, I was a male aide in a psychiatric hospital, and I got used to being around people who were schizophrenic or, bipolar or all these various categories of human beings whose behavior was a little different than ours. And you sort of got comfortable with them and were not frightened by them. And when I saw, you have probably seen this video, but there was the guy with the baseball bat, big guy in, I think, a Walmart in San Leandro, who got shot and killed by their police. And I was just watching him going, he's just crazy. He needs someone to talk him down. And then the cop comes in and kills him. And I'm like, what did you do that for? Because I think had that police officer in that case had better training, and I'm not asking you to make comments about your colleagues, but I think if police had a higher level of comfort and understanding of the varieties of psychiatric illnesses that people on the street have, it might help reduce some of this kind of violence. That's my comment.
Okay, thank you. And Vice Mayor, please.
Thank you. I just want to interrupt for a moment. It's almost 10:30. I'd like to move that we extend. We could be here all night. Nicole, have you got it?
11:15?
What'd you say, 11:15?
Yeah.
Okay, that was one of my thoughts. I'll take that, 11:15.
Okay. Is there any dissent? Okay, by acclamation, we'll extend the meeting to 11:15. Okay, and Vice Mayor had no comments or questions. I have just one question. It struck me that I know that a camera, especially a digital camera, can record. It probably has a certain capacity for recording 6 hours or whatever it is, and it can I'm sure it can start recording over what it recorded before, so it just keeps the last 6 hours. Do you know if your cameras do function that way, and could they be left on all the time the officer is out on patrol?
So we just rolled out a new camera system, and I'm waiting to get my training. We've been dealing with the people who use it on a regular basis, but our cameras have a certain capacity. I don't think it's quite 12 hours on there, but then it doesn't. My understanding is I don't believe it rewrites over it. It stops and you have to upload it. The complication I would say with having them running all the time is, officers are human. We need to use the restrooms. We need to eat lunch. Every so often we have to, check in at home with our spouse or significant other. So it's a little difficult to have them running all the time. And the amount of storage we would need to store all that data would be astronomical for us.
Yeah, although with digital stuff, those prices just come down and down and down. But I see that there's other complications to doing that. So thank you for that. Okay, any other questions from council members? Now this was the presentation. We also have the discussion about what to do moving forward. So I wonder if we want to have that discussion now before we take public comment, or yeah. So let me say that. Are there any questions about the updated items that staff has brought forward, the updated draft framework, or any other items before we go to public comment? Councilmember Barnes.
Yeah, thank you. I'll make this quick. I just want to follow up on Mayor Pilch's question. Chief Geisberger, there are times when police officers get involved in some situations that are private and intimate, like, you know better than me. Are there cases that are just personally sensitive where an officer will make the judgment, say some kind of domestic violence situation or arresting a prostitute, something where the officer will choose not to turn his camera on just to avoid privacy issues?
So I'm not aware of us having that happen in, currently, but it is an option that is out there, because some people may not be willing to talk because they are being recorded, and you don't want to make a victim feel worse by saying we have to have this running. You could also run into a case where somebody's in crisis, and them seeing a camera on may exacerbate it, and so you're agreeing to shut it off may help de-escalate the situation. So that's why it's really important for us to have some flexibility, some sensitivity. Obviously, there are certain cases that you may not want to have recorded because it's insensitive to what's taken place.
Okay.
Thank you. And Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I have a lot of questions, but I'm wondering, since we have two attendees that put their hand up during the chief's presentation, if it would it makes sense if there are questions relate to that to kind of close that loop and then move into the rest of the discussions.
Okay, we can certainly do that. Although I think that one of those members had their hand up. So why don't we bring in the members of the public now and see if there were questions about the chief's presentation first, and then we'll give you another opportunity to comment about the draft framework and other materials later. So please bring in the members of the public. Thank you.
Hi, this is Brian Doss, trustee here in Albany. I just have a few things. I'm going to try and run through them quick. I'm not used to having a time limit, so I'm going to really try and stay on the 3 minutes. First, I think that one thing that Councilmember Barnes said really kind of brings out a point, which is the guy who got killed at Walmart was 150 pounds and he was 5'9". So he was very small in the grand scheme of things, but he said large or big man. And I think that that is a misconception that is often labeled with Black people. And then we come across as scary. Oh, he's a big guy. But Councilmember Barnes, I'm pretty sure that you were much bigger than that guy that was killed at Walmart. So I just wanted to make that point because I think it kind of shed some light on some issues. The second thing is, can you touch a little bit on responding to people when they use the police as a weapon? I recently had an experience a couple days ago where my neighbor called the police because I parked in front of his house for too long and he had to park a few spots down. And so I'm wondering if we can kind of talk a little bit about the resources and the reason why people call the police, because I think that currently the issue is that people use the police as a weapon to kind of get what they want and to, but it's not a good use of the resources. It's not a good use of time. And so I didn't see anything in the presentation that addresses that and that would kind of stop that from happening. And that's a large kind of part of the problem. Like even with George Floyd, the reason why the police were originally called was a small thing and it turned into a bigger thing. So I wanted to talk about that. And for my last 35 seconds, I wanted to talk about how we could go about implementing a law similar to the one that was passed in other cities to prevent people from calling the police for no reason and for using the police as a weapon against Black people. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
His name was Stephen Taylor. His name was Stephen Taylor, the man shot in San Leandro, a young Black man. His name was Stephen Taylor. He is the first case that the district attorney of Alameda County has actually prosecuted a police officer, and not because she wanted to, but because of the outcry and the advocacy from the community, because of the extent to which it was not okay. He was not crazy. Crazy is not a word that people are. I agree about mental illness, and police are oriented towards drugs and the war on drugs. And so they miss mental illness and neurodiversity. And I don't know that you can just solve that with a training, and I don't think that you can. The Center for Equity in Policing worked with the Minneapolis Police Department before George Floyd was killed. It did not prevent his murder. It is a waste of money. Repeatedly talking about wanting the citizenry, the community members, to learn more about the police department, to learn more about the police department, to learn more about the police, to understand the police. is offensive, is a diversion of the issue, is suggesting that we are misunderstanding these perfectly good people and policies that are just humans with a lot of power who mess up sometimes. And, you know, maybe the history training with Sacramento will be helpful. But that's about the only thing that was positive in that presentation for me. Also, prostitute is a slur. Sex worker is the appropriate term. My actual question is, in terms of leaving body cameras on, retail workers are surveyed over lunch and over phone calls, and often that does include audio, and you can redact whatever you want. Anyway, police departments constantly redact whatever they want and refuse to release footage even of actual police misconduct circumstances. So, particularly with Mayor Pilch saying that the cloud storage costs is not a persuasive statement, I would add that the privacy of the officer is not a persuasive statement. Thank you.
Thank you. And there's no other speakers for this item. So now we'll move on to the draft framework. And were there any questions from council members on the draft framework before we go to the public? Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I have some overarching questions and I have some specific questions. And in giving us a whole lot of thought, I think it would be better to start with general questions about the process and see if we get to an agreement. And then based on that, I could ask specific questions going forward. Does that sort of make sense to people? Or would you prefer to do it the other way? I can do it either way.
I don't really know. I'd say just go for it.
Okay. I guess sort of my overall question regarding the task force is how is this actually going to work? You know, we've talked around a couple of times about how we're going to appoint the people to the task force, and if we're going to do it in a public meeting, how exactly would that work? So I think that's something that we need to have some discussion about. And the other sort of overarching question, it mentions it a couple of times in the indicators, people communicating with the community, and I'm curious as to how we think that is actually going to happen. So maybe we could think those things through a little bit, and then we could move on, or I can just keep asking questions, whichever, Mr. Mayor, whichever you prefer.
I just a note that I think you perhaps are moving a piece of paper over your microphone or something while you're talking. No worries. Just wanted you to be aware of the extra noise. Yeah, you're welcome. I didn't want to. If you just wouldn't mind pausing for a second, Vice Mayor, I wanted to see if the chief wanted to address the police as a weapon. I'm not sure if that was a question or not, but I wanted to give the chief the opportunity to see if he had any thoughts on that. If he doesn't, that's fine.
Sure. Well, I don't think we should be used as that, as a weapon. We try to filter phone calls to make sure there's legitimacy to them. And when people are calling in to see if there's a problem that they're reporting, sometimes we'll send officers out. Other times we don't. So I would agree we shouldn't be used as a weapon.
Thank you for that. So Vice Mayor, why don't you continue? Okay, so I'll just go down.
try not to rattle my papers. I'll just go through the whole document, then I guess is the next step. As we're looking at the composition, there's nothing in the composition about women being included, and I think that's important that they are. So I'd like to have that added in. And under appointment process, it says, should there be sectors of the community the city council or working group do not see represented, they may reach out to additional members of the community. Is the working group going to have a role here, or I'm not quite sure who they refers to? On the demographics, I think we need to add lines for all the name, phone number, email, all that, so it's a little easier for people to fill in if we're going to go this way. I'd like to see all of the, for diversity indicators, I'd like to see them all have a decline to state box. And then just going through them, I'm not quite sure why the word immigrant is used. Excuse me, immigrant is used in reference to the country that's been left. So I'm not sure why I think it should just be immigrant, not immigrant. Religion, spiritual beliefs, I would take that out. I'm not quite sure what that means. I would take that out. Number 12, the financial piece. If we're going to use it, and I would suggest we take it out. I think it should be annual salary. Social economic status is really a combination of income, education, and occupation. Maybe we could self-identify this piece. And then number 14, what is self-identity description? What is that referring to? I'm not sure. And number 19, it says, what does racial equity mean to you? Or how do you define racial equity? Is that one or two questions? And then number 22, what are we asking people to do? How exactly are they going to communicate with their community? And I'm going to stop there. I'd like to talk about the letter, but I'd like to do that separately.
Okay, you had a mixture of comments and questions there. So are we able to respond to the questions at this time, staff, or do we need further assistance maybe from the consultants who first drew this up?
No, this really will be administered through the council and staff at this point in time. I think a lot of the questions are really direction and decisions by the council. Vice Mayor McQuaid, if I've captured that incorrectly, let me know, but it seemed like the questions were more in terms of how changes would be made to the documents you're reviewing and whether there was concurrence on the changes or the questions raised.
Correct.
Oh, okay, because I heard you say you weren't sure about who is they, and you weren't sure about 14 and 19, what they meant, or there was a duplication or something. I'm confused about what you're suggesting we do to fix your concerns or questions or comments.
I think they should be made more clear.
Okay, so you're suggesting that the staff bring that back then?
I'm suggesting that the council looks at it and gives staff direction, but I think, as Nicole said, this is something we're working on together. I don't think we should simply pass it back to staff.
Okay, all right. Just trying to clarify your intention here. But we have another hand raised, Councilmember Nason.
Yeah, I personally would love to hear from the public about what their perspective is on what are the key issues. I'm reluctant to dive into editing a document when we haven't heard about the bigger picture issues that are concerned to people who are here to speak.
Yeah, I hear that. That's why I was trying to understand whether Vice Mayor was asking questions, solely asking questions or not. So I think I agree with you, and I would just go ahead then. Let's open the public comment about all the materials, the framework, etc. So, City Clerk, if you would let the public in, please.
Hi, I can answer all of those questions because the consultants already answered all of those questions, Vice Mayor McQuaid, in the working group that you were a part of, but you didn't like their answers, so you were acting as if they were not answered. I can't answer them all in 3 minutes, however. The SEJC chair and vice chair could also answer, as they were also part of the working group and have the expertise, as do the consultants. You do not have the expertise. None of you council members have the expertise to redesign this entire framework, which was carefully worked on by people focused on social justice and equity and racial justice. Thank you to Councilmember Nason. The working plan, the framework is great as it is. It's robust. I wrote in a very long email, a 2-page email that addressed all of these questions I knew you would raise, Vice Mayor McQuaid. Women, we already said. Janelle, I believe, agreed with you about including them, and maybe it was a mistake they weren't in there. But it was already brought up. Religion and spiritual beliefs matter to be in there. Socioeconomic status matters to be specific and to not self-identify. Leaving a blank space for self-identity that can well be relevant does not need to be clearer. I am very frustrated by knowing that exactly this was going to happen. Yeah, no, allow me to read excerpts from my email that I sent. You created the working group, all of you voted to, with the consultants you hired who keep not being mentioned as part of it, as well as the Social and Economic Justice Commission chair and vice chair that you appointed, and 2/5 of your own body. But Mayor Pilch is often persuaded by Vice Mayor McQuaid, who has her own agenda, which she has repeatedly tried to override over every other member. The appointment process, everyone else on the working group was very clear about either they should continue to be involved even just in an advisory capacity, or they should draw up very clear, well, this is how we would take the diversity indicators into consideration, because as a city council, you were not part of those discussions, except for Vice Mayor McQuaid, who has her own agenda, and Mayor Pilch, who was easily swayed by her. The first time this was brought up, you expressed grave concern about this entire framework and doubting if it should exist and if the task force should exist. And what was the difference from the subcommittee of the SEJC on policing? The consultants and the SEJC chair and vice chair thoroughly addressed those, but none of them are here to answer your questions. And you postponed this from September because they weren't there. And then nobody asked them in the meantime, and they're not here again. And so now you're going to act and change this. And at this point, either pass it or let Janelle and or Aaron handle this, because they're way better suited than any of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, this is Greg Downs. I appreciate you all from the Social and Economic Justice Commission. Appreciate you all taking this up, and appreciate also the update from the chief, which I think is an important part of establishing a dialogue, as this is. As you all know, this was the product of a process created by council that included 2 members of council, 2 members of SEJC, working with the consultants, as well as the city manager and the police chief there. Certainly, one can imagine many different ways of approaching this issue and of trying to, solve the question of how to devise a next stage committee. But I do think that this represents certainly a valid and rational way of devising something that would be a big tent, and that would include many members of Albany to be able to work toward trying to find some sort of way of approaching these topics. So I certainly think it's sensible for council to visit those aspects of it that need clarification. But I also think that given the process, it would be wise to, look toward a way of moving forward so that, people can look toward the establishment of this body and the next stage of the process of the city's efforts to deal with these issues. So thank you for all of your work, and appreciate you all taking it up today.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Mr. Doss, there you go.
First, I appreciate you guys staying up late and taking up this topic. I think it's important. I think it's important, with the task force to be, strategic about the individuals that you have on there. And I think that it's important to have people from each part of the city. We're talking about, from school and, on. But I really want to focus in on two topics that I think will make Albany a safer place and a more comfortable place to live in. One is specifically talking about the consequences for people calling the police for stupid reasons. Because regardless of why they're called, once they get there, it's a situation where people have to interact with law enforcement, where it could be avoided if there were things in place, if there was a fine in place, or if the police officer said something to the, for example, hello, yes, did you really call us about a parking space? If we get there and there's not an actual crime being committed, we're going to take you to jail. Would you still like us to come? And the person would say no. And then I wouldn't be so frustrated right now. I'm really frustrated, and I'm usually not this frustrated. But I am, because I'm having this discussion because my neighbor couldn't park in front of his house. He had to walk a couple extra steps for a day and a half. And so now we're having this conversation at 11 o'clock instead of getting some sleep so I can wake up and go vote. But this is important because that interaction went pretty well. But for a lot of people, the interaction doesn't go well, regardless of how it starts, whether it's somebody calling about somebody jogging, or whether it's somebody who was riding a bike, or somebody who was in the wrong neighborhood when it was late, or somebody who had a backpack on and a hoodie or a candy bar. It starts off one way and it ends a different way. So we have to there has to be real language to prevent people from doing this so that it could be more comfortable to live here. That's the only way that we're going to affect any real change. And so I really would like to talk about that language and get that in writing so that we can truly move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do not see any more. Oh, there is one more member of the public to speak.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Yes. Okay. So I just want to put in a plug for you guys to finish this thing tonight. You had a task force that consisted of members of this council. They met several times and came up with this plan. You had a meeting where you devoted quite a long time to discussing it. Then for the subsequent 2 meetings, you didn't even talk about this. You may remember that this all started because there was a perspective in this community that there was a crisis that needed to be addressed. And people felt strongly that there should be some major changes and that the community should have some say in those changes. I appreciate the police chief's presentation, but what becomes clear in that presentation is those decisions that were made entirely by the police chief. They may be fine decisions, but the council didn't even have any input about what the priorities should be. So I think this task force is very important. And I think people have been waiting a long time for this action. And I know that on social and economic justice, we've been unable to move really very effectively on policing because it's on this group, which really deals with the immediate and pressing concerns, doesn't exist. So it's hard for us to be dealing with longer term concerns. I think the people in this community express themselves very clearly at multiple times that they need some input in the police decision making, and that there's a lot that we don't know about what goes on in policing in Albany, and some of it would be very distressing, apparently, judging from the stories that were told at the listening sessions. So I urge you to please finish this tonight so that we can get on with this and address the needs that people have brought to this council. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do not see any more hands raised, so we'll bring this back to council. And the last speaker actually summed up my feelings. I think we ought to move this forward. We had a process to come up with a framework. I think we ought to move forward with it. And there's some questions, perhaps, details that we can iron out now, but I think we should iron them out and move forward. So with that, I'll see who else has some comments. Councilmember Moss.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we should move forward on this. I totally agree with that. I agree with a lot of what I heard in comments. I think, at least I'll apply it to myself. No, I don't totally understand everything that's going on here. And I'm not sure who on the council totally does either. But I think my sense is that this is giving a part of our community a forum to discuss what they see as going on and a forum that they may better understand. I don't know what will come out of this, but if we've gotten this far down the path, I think we should adopt something and stick with it. Questions about who ultimately appoints people. I think it has to be the council. We can't. It's one thing to come up with a forum that is of this nature, but in the end, it's the council who gets elected, not members of a committee or commission that are appointed. And so I think it ultimately has to come, the ultimate decisions are made by the council. As to the what's it called? The community task force on the interest survey. I could quibble about certain things in here, but again, I think this is speaking to a part of the community that feels voiceless, and so perhaps we should adopt it as presented to us.
Thank you, Councilmember. And I have an idea about the council appointing the members that might be a good compromise. I'll come back to that after we hear from Councilmember Barnes.
Actually, I just wanted to make sure our last speaker was identified because I didn't hear him. That is Bart Grossman of our SCJC, our Social and Economic Justice Commission. I just wanted to point that out. That's all I want to say for now.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any more hands raised, so I'll give a couple of comments at this point of things I heard. So it was said the consultants won't be a part of this going forward. I don't remember that being the direction of the council. Maybe there wasn't clear direction, but I remember saying that the consultants probably should be available for questions while we consider this, since they did draft up a lot of that. I think the questions are. I appreciate the member of the public and other members of the public now who are saying that this is late in the evening. I do think it might not have been a very, very good idea to put this at the end of the meeting, and when we're perhaps not our best, and yet this is a very important subject. And so I see that there being a couple of things we have to just take care of. Perhaps the number of members, whether 18 is the right number or we want fewer, and then the appointment process. So my suggestion for the appointment process is this, that we take the same group that was part of the working group to review the applications, and then make the choices and pass those choices along to the council for ratification. That way, we actually have a process that doesn't involve staff, that does get input from SEJC members, and that is approved by council ultimately. And I would say for the number of members, the 18 is quite a few. Maybe we want to bring it down to something like 12, just a number I'll throw out there. So those are my ideas of how we might take care of these details and move forward. I think the questions the questions came from the consultants. I believe the survey came from the consultants. So they being consultants in these matters, I trust them that the questions are okay. And if we forgot women, we should definitely add that. So I'll stop there and go to Vice Mayor McQuaid.
Thank you. I don't want to stop the process. I didn't mean to convey that. I just had some thoughts on parts of it that I think I'm allowed to express. But it is confusing to me how the appointment process, and Mayor Pilch, you've given us a suggestion. I think this is a council committee. I think it should people should be selected by the council. That would be my recommendation.
Mayor, you're muted.
Thank you very much. So we have two options for how to select the members. So to be clear, Vice Mayor, you're saying that a subcommittee of the council could do that selection process and then bring it to the council. Is that what you were suggesting?
I wasn't suggesting that.
Oh, I see.
I was suggesting the council
Okay.
do it. And that was why I asked the question originally, exactly how that process would work.
Okay.
I think that's a reasonable question, but we don't have to answer
Yeah.
it.
No, I think it is a reasonable question, and that's why I think that if it's a subcommittee, then we don't have any staff time, but yet we don't have to have the entire council going through the entire stack of applications. That can be done offline and be brought back to the council. So I think either of those two scenarios, I prefer involving the SCJC members. That would be my suggestion. And so back to number of members, do people have an opinion, well, whether we should stick with 18 or go with something like 12? 18 was a number that we came up with when the task force, the working group originally had a different way of composing the number of members. And that's why we came up with the number of 18. I think at this point, if it's going to be picked from a applicant group, 18 is rather arbitrary and we could reduce it. Councilmember Moss, you have an opinion?
Yeah, I mean, the 18 number I find crazy, personally. I think if we were not in COVID pandemic where we're meeting on Zoom, it would be very difficult to have meetings of 18 people where you would get consistently get all 18 to show up. It's even though this is an extremely important topic, and I know there's lots of passion and feelings about it. 18 for public meetings would be very challenging. If you're going to do 18 on a Zoom call, good luck there. So, I think this idea of maybe bringing it down to 12 might make a lot more sense. I think that would be highly representative of all, particularly for a city the size of Albany. So that's my 2 cents on numbers.
Any opinions from taking the number issue? Why don't we just take that for now? Anyone else care to venture an opinion, or is 12 acceptable?
Mayor Pilch, can someone explain to me how the number 18 was arrived at in the first place? I mean, to me, that Councilmember Moss made her obvious, so people must have had those concerns when they came up with this number originally.
The number originally was an idea proposed that we would take representatives of certain groups in the community, and we'd have 2 representatives of this group, 1 representative of this group, and I can't remember what all the groups were, but the number added up to 18. If that's fair. Vice Mayor.
Does seem unwieldy to me. I would be happy to accept 12, but I don't know the history.
Okay. So it seems like we have some consensus building about the number of 12, and selection, the process for selection. Would it be okay to have some sort of subcommittee bring back the selections to the council for final ratification? I'm seeing shrugs. Okay. All right. And then there's the choice between a subcommittee of the council only, or a subcommittee of the council with 2 SEJC members.
It makes a lot of sense.
Councilmember Moss. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Councilmember Nason.
No, I was just going to say I think it makes sense to include the SEJC folks.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay.
I think SEJC has really done the yeoman's work on this, and I think it would be the right thing to have them also part of this process.
Okay. Okay. So
Mayor
I think
Pilch?
there's some other. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Yes.
I just wanted to clarify, if we do have a subcommittee of council members and SEJC reviewing the applications, that would be subject to the Brown Act. I just wanted to make that clear.
Okay. Okay, that's good to know. So they could have a meeting where they poured over the applications, but it would have to be a public meeting. Okay. And then I guess the final.
One other detail.
Go ahead.
But to clarify, when you become starting to give direction on this to staff, and if it is the number 12, does that already include the mayor and the member of SEJC, or would it conceivably be 14? Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Yeah. I'm trying to think on my feet here.
Okay.
Why don't we make it 14 in order to make sure we get enough community members, so we have a diverse number of community members. That would be my opinion. So 12 applications plus the mayor and who else was it again?
Member of SEJC.
Member of SEJC, thank you. And I know there's some other details about staffing and about whether we might need to have another consultant for this, but I would rather leave those details for later because I think that the process of just finalizing the survey, getting it out there, and that's going to take some time anyway. In the meantime, staff can come back to us to finalize the other details, and I'm seeing some consent from staff on that. So 12 community members plus the mayor and the SEJC member, the subcommittee of 2 council members plus 2 SEJC members to do the selection and bring it back to council for ultimate ratification. If anyone, Councilmember Moss, did you want to say something, or is your hand up from previous? Okay, yeah. And so if let's see, should we have a motion here? I can't remember if you're asking for a motion or.
So we don't really have that included in your materials. Basically,
okay.
What the intended process would be is we would come back with a resolution establishing the task force, similar to every process you've used for the 11 advisory bodies that the City Council has established to date. So we could certainly return that at your next meeting and perhaps also include the selection of the subcommittee members at that meeting, if that works for the council, or you could, any variation.
Yeah, okay, that sounds right. And so I think you've understood or heard the items that we seem to have consensus on. Vice Mayor, please go ahead. Not consensus, majority opinion anyway. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So do we need to talk more about the letter, or is that just, where are we with that piece?
Oh, can you remind us again the part that the letter plays?
The letter is what is a portion of what will be sent to the community, sort of the invitation, if you will. We now have 2 versions. I'm wondering if it would be fine to let that go until the next meeting also.
I think so. I wasn't, the letter that you put forward, Vice Mayor, I thought was fine. I didn't realize that that was a replacement for another letter. I missed that part. Yeah, perhaps, unless anyone has an opinion on that, I missed that and would have to re-review that so we could bring that back.
Yeah, I would prefer if this comes back, because basically the email that you sent out, Peggy, came kind of late, and for me to fully, kind of compare and contrast the 2 letters, for me to totally wrap my brain around it. So I'd love a little more time with that.
That's fine. I did not send it out, however, but that's fine.
Well, yeah, yeah.
You had sent out.
Right. Yeah.
Caused to be sent out.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Well, any questions from staff on direction then, or we're clear at this point? Okay. Staff is saying we're good. Okay, great. Well, thank you everyone for working through that. Thank you to everyone who came and listened and spoke. And that is our last substantive agenda item. Moving on, no new business. Next item 13 is future agenda items. I'll just add that I think that there was a letter from the member of the public, which I thought was had some good ideas in it. One, that we maybe have a policy for how we order agenda items, so that we know why we put certain agenda items earlier in the meeting rather than later. So possible future agenda item, and also whether or not the council should still be doing the Pledge of Allegiance at the beginning of the meeting. I think I'm going to leave that to the next council to mull over. But I think it has merit since other bodies are either making it optional or dispensing with that part. So that's what I would say for future agenda items, Vice Mayor.
Sorry, we do have a policy on the agenda. The way the agenda is done, it's in our council policies. I'd suggest we leave it to the new council.
Oh, okay. I will do my best to review that then about the ordering of the items. And I also neglected to thank the Police Chief, John Geisberger, for coming and presenting. Any other, thank you. Any other future agenda items?
No, but good luck to everybody tomorrow.
Seriously, serious good luck. Yes. Councilmember Nathan?
Yeah, I think if people are not aware of what's going on with the waterfront, it might not be a bad thing to have at least an informational item, maybe a discussion of the parking. You know, there are long lines of people on the weekends waiting for parking spots, and I think we might there might be something gained from having a conversation about whether we would like to mark off a few more spaces down there, if it's possible.
Do you think that should go to traffic and safety first, or sorry, transportation first?
It might make sense. What I'd like is for the staff to think about it and let us know.
Okay.
What our options would be for proceeding. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that. Other future agenda items? None. Okay. Yeah. Tomorrow is election day, and I do note the Social Economic Justice Commission is meeting just this Wednesday. And then their other city meetings are listed as well in our agenda. Yeah, be safe. Wish us all luck. Vote if you haven't. Stay safe. And if there's nothing further, this meeting's adjourned, and have a good night, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right.